Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna mota hakuna koga book.
And there it is right there. It speaks for all of us since he was born and now he's getting old. That's the narrative of every single person. So since you were born and then suddenly you start to get old, you know, from the moment you draw your first breath, you start to get old. So since he was born, and now he's getting old, whatever I was saying in that the Igbotics. So that was the Igbotic orchestra of Ekpelobia or something or the other. So the Igbotic orchestra of Ekpelobia. All that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Sorry that we've been missing in action for a couple of days. But that happened somewhat. Really for reasons of having a busy life. So it's only really when the window opens for me in my life, that in my day to day, I won't say in my life, but that sounds too unnecessarily melodramatic. It's only when the window opens for me in the course of the day that I can stream. And then once sometimes the day is so spent that when I look at the session, I think, oh, do I want to take on the weight of having this stream? Because anytime I go online, I'm committing a good 2 to 3 hours. So I'll do my opening phase for about an hour and a bit, and then people come in for conversations. And then if a co-host comes in, then I'm able to bail out and then hand over the session to another host. But anytime I do come on, it's a commitment of no more than 3 hours. So sometimes I look at it, it's in the dead of the night, and I'm thinking, do I want to commit 3 hours to this thing? So sometimes I just look at it and I just think no. And if it's not, if I don't think I'm going to have fun, then I'm not likely to do it. So because I don't get anything out of it other than the joy and the fun of it. So if it's not fun for me, then I'm not likely to do it. That's just the way it goes. And I think anybody with reasoning will understand that. So good day to you, good to be your company. Or good day to you, good to be your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously. Well, no, that usually comes in the evening. We're midday now, so I hope your day is going. Hope your day is going in the manner that you envisaged and wished. So that's my wish for you. The protocol remains the same. No, I'm not going to. I've resolved not to be asking for people to click on likes anymore because it doesn't. It's not moved any needle. For all of the times I've been asking people to click on like, there's been no one single new person that has ever clicked on like. So the people that historically click on like, they click on like, and the people who wish to subscribe, they are already subscribed. So the let me not go in that direction. So you do as you will. You know what the requirement is on all of these streaming platforms. So do however as you feel inclined. So now we're spending time now in the southeast as some southeastern lawmaker comes out into the but do super chats though. The super chats are important. That I will always continue to ask for. Not that anybody outside, only Ayo really, and sometimes Hassan super chats the stream, but I'll continue to ask anyway. Um, so now a southeastern lawmaker came out over the course of the the past week or so to make somewhat of a controversial commentary into the political space. So the lawmaker Obi Aguocha, he calls himself, he's now is essentially inviting an ethnic fight between the southeasterners and the southwesterners. So how exactly has he done that? We pick it up from here.
Se supone que comenzaremos este programa viajando a Lagos para hablar con el honorable senador.
What's going on there? Is that I was hearing Latin there. As gifted as Charles Nyagoli is, I don't think he understands Latin. So let's try again.
Previous. Hoping to get him later in the program. But not to worry, we're going to start with that rather unexpected twist in the highly publicized terrorism and treasonable felony trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because today, at the start of his defense in court, the IPOB separatist leader, in what appears to be a flash of visceral rage, fired his entire legal team and announced that from now on, he'll be representing himself and would opt to take his chances in court. The decision to fire his lawyers and represent himself appears to be a tactical move, which is sometimes used by defendants hoping to challenge the system and potentially gain an acquittal. They believe that by representing themselves, they can control the narrative and create reasonable doubt. But it was also a strategic move that's been known to backfire. So, as we mentioned at the outset, how did it come to this? What would have driven Mr. Kanu to fire all those high-powered lawyers that make up his legal team? Well, for more on this, I'm joined now in the studio by the member of the House of Representatives under the Labour Party, the Honourable Obi Aguocha, who was in court when today's drama unfolded.
Hi,
Thank
Charles.
you very much indeed.
How are
Good
you?
to see you again.
I'm happy you know that I'm a Labour man.
Yeah, well, you are, but I'm going to get to that bit because
Labour for life. I'm
because-
not wearing my Labour.
You know, there's one thing I've noticed about people that come on this guy's show, Charles Anyagolu. They feel the need to affect some sort of British intonation. So you hear that guy, the guest, you hear him. It will continue to sound increasingly British just because he's speaking to a British-sounding guy. And I've noticed that with a lot of the guests that appears on this guy's program, they affect an English intonation just because they want to counterweight the host.
But it's
Yeah.
sitting right here, but
Well, I'm going to get to that because there is another drama that's unfolding.
And by the way, look at this guy right here. The one you see that hat that is wearing. By the way, that's from that's relics of the British colonial era. It has nothing to do with the Southeast. And that outfit, the dress itself, is a Malaysian sort of importation. But that's not even where I'm going. You don't get more Igbo than this. If you want to know the physiology, how an Igbo person presents and subsequently thinks and speaks is all embodied in this guy. The way he is, if you look at him right there, and when it's in full focus, I'll pause it to show you again. The way he is in all of the mannerism, the physiological presentation, the mindset, and the verbalization of thoughts. This is the archetype of an Igbo person. This is your typical Igbotic.
In fact, you're in the center. I mean, there's drama within Nnamdi Kanu, there's drama with the Labour Party, but we're going to get to that in a minute. But you were in court today when Mr. Kanu, for want of a better term, purged his legal team. How did it come to that?
well, he had discussions with the legal team yesterday, and
Do you see what I mean? When you envision an Igbo person, this is what you see. And if he takes off the British colonial cap that he's wearing, you see that he has a high forehead. So that's the physiological makeup of a Southeasterner. A high forehead, a deep sunken eye, creased cheeks, and all that. That's the archetype of a Southeasterner.
all of us were shocked when we came to court, and the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation previous, Kano Gabi, announced to the court that himself and the legal team, especially those of the Inner Temple, are withdrawing. And the judge also was shocked and asked Mazin Nnamdi Kanu about it, and he concurred that for now, that he would take charge of his defense. Doesn't mean that if tomorrow an opportunity arises, that lawyers will not also be part of it. So,
Do you see the British affectations that I was referencing earlier? In Nigerian, we say opportunity, but he said opportunity. So that's him inflecting then to counterweight the presenter, and you hear him increasingly affect some British tonality just to tell the host that, look, I've lived and studied in England too.
but for today, probably tomorrow, he will take charge of his defense. So that's what happened in court. And
Were you surprised?
I was pleasantly surprised. I was
Pleasantly or
pleasant.
shocked?
Well, surprised and shocked at the same time, in terms that none of us knew about it. I came to court, just like I've always done, attend the court hearings and all the stuff, and I sat there.
So is this guy the parliamentarian for Nnamdi Kanu's constituency? Is he this what's it called? Is it Chinedu or something? Aguacha, is this the parliamentarian for Nnamdi Kanu's constituency? That's I'd like to know that, because if it's not Nnamdi Kanu's direct MP, but being the member of parliament representing the local government area that Nnamdi Kanu comes from, then why would he be going to court every single time Nnamdi Kanu appears, other than just to straddle that moment and clout chase?
Yeah, listed. I kept making the contributions. It's just between Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, the prosecution team, and the defense team, and the judge. So as of today, the lawyers have virtually stood down. Whether they have given Mazin Nnamdi Kanu his case files, I do not know. But when you go to section 36(6)(b),
All right. You know, Nigerians have they have this real habit, this rather curious habit of quoting the Constitution. Even the average, for organizer on the street will say, according to the Nigerian Constitution. I hope that guy has the legal training to be quoting the Constitution. But the reason why I paused it really, he was saying he hoped that Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers gave him his case file. So Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer Agabi was a former Attorney General of the Federation and a senior advocate of Nigeria to boot. So it will take some doing for him not to hand over Nnamdi Kanu's case files. As soon as Nnamdi Kanu says the case files are already with him, is ready to present them in court. So if Nnamdi Kanu says, I no longer need your services, then here are your files. That is just automatically. So quite why he says he hopes that that happens, that's just part of the misdirection that is the narrative of that space.
Of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which are actually a crucial provision towards fair hearing, specifically to persons who are charged with criminal or capital offenses. Is the constitutional right of Mr. Kanu to decide to take over the defense of his own case. It is also his constitutional right that adequate time and facilities be provided for him to ensure that to ensure that he has adequate defense.
Yeah, but I don't think the issue is whether or not I mean, I think everybody knows he's got constitutional that right, which is why the judge allowed it. But the question is, what's the thinking behind it? I mean, things aren't going well when you fire the people who are supposed to protect and represent you in a trial, don't you? I mean, did it appear to you to be an act of sort of visceral rage, impulsive, chaotic purge that wasn't well thought out? Or do you think he thought it out?
There's hardly anything that Nnamdi Kanu does that is well thought out, or even thought out at all, never mind well or otherwise. There is nothing Nnamdi. It's a very impulsive, very visceral, as this guy continues to repeat. It's a very impulsive, very visceral sort of a person. People like Nnamdi Kanu, they operate on primal instincts and they function on emotion, not on thinking. Really, for reasons that they are not gifted with the mental acuity to think through something. And that is what has led him to where he is now. He just wants to continue to be outlandish. He wants to continue to command their attention. He lusters and adores the space that his community places him in, and he wants to go to further extremes in order to continue to defend that, and is willing to sacrifice anything, as we have seen. Countless tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, have been pied. Of people have been pied as a result of this Nnamdi Kanu. So it's a very visceral, very emotion-led sort of a person with no capacity, zero capacity at all to think anything through. I think I need some water actually. Zero capacity at all to think anything through.
Statements made by the leadership, Agabi Kanu. He said after the meeting they had yesterday that the information was told them that they were going to be debriefed and that they respect the rights of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu.
No, I understand that, but
So you wonder what level of advice Nnamdi Kanu actually gets. He's stuck in the isolation of a DSS facility, and the only real people that he has interactions with are his lawyers. So you wonder then what informs some of his decision-making process. So other than just pure raw emotions and instincts, it functions without advice or counsel. And somebody like Nnamdi Kanu, for reasons of his limitations, he needs to be guided, but he refuses to be guided because he thinks everything is all about ego and machismo. So he just wakes up in one morning and say, I'll sack my lawyers to splash and show. He thinks it's the alpha thing. He thinks it's just this old school machismo, this 1940s style of machismo, just shouting and acting bullish, and then that to his understanding reflects prime masculinity.
If there was
I'm
anything
trying to
that
get
happened,
to the backstory.
no, that's what I'm saying.
You
But
see what I
if
mean?
there was anything that happened, otherwise, at that meeting, I was not in that
Yeah.
meeting. I only showed up. as
But I mean, you
always
would have
do.
heard things. I mean, you talked to him.
No, not
Did
really.
you normally,
we sat,
you guys normally
closer.
hug each other at
Yeah, we
at the
sat
end
closer.
of the trial.
We sat close.
I mean,
We sat
at the end of the day.
at the end of the day.
Yeah,
We sat
I mean,
close. But
did he whisper anything into
no.
your
But at the
ear
end of
or
the day, he
something?
was actually, you know, he was actually led through the judge's chambers,
Right.
to be evacuated back from the Federal High Court to the detention center. So we didn't have enough time,
Right.
to discuss in court, to say, because he's often brought to court 10 minutes to 9,
Right.
and the judge comes out exactly about 9 dot. So there wasn't that much of a time beyond
Right.
the
And we
camaraderie
didn't hear
the
from, I
visiting.
mean, we obviously saw the statement. I was actually hoping that we would hear that clip from the lawyers,
from the
because they
lawyers.
made a public statement,
Yes.
which has been run on a rise
Yes,
sort of
yes,
several times
yes.
today. But I mean, is there anything beyond that public statement that that might have said perhaps in out of camera to you?
No, nothing yet. I've yet to be informed otherwise.
Right.
You know, but I know that tomorrow he may be meeting with some of the current legal team that were debriefed.
Right.
And maybe possible some additional members of the legal team to go forward, at least to have some people,
right,
who will surround him and be giving him, legal.
It's quite the most ridiculous thing. And really, Nnamdi Kanu sacking his lawyers tells us that he wants to turn the whole trial into a farce. Because Nnamdi Kanu has no legal training, he has nothing. He has no knowledge of the law, and is involved in a high-profile life or death sort of a case, something that could ultimately cost him his life, and he refuses then the representation of expertise, thinking he can just shout his way through it. So that tells you then is one of two things: it's either is retardedly stupid, or it's just turning it thinks his best strategy is just to turn the whole thing into some sort of a farce.
Legal advice where necessary, and the authorities that he will need to proceed with the defense of his case.
right.
But what we are saying, crucially, Charles, is that Section 36(6)(b) is essential that it appears that the government is rushing his defense by giving him 5 days.
The government is rushing its defense. Nnamdi Kanu has been in incarceration for 4.5 years. That's how long Nnamdi Kanu has been in custody. And throughout that period, for a good 4 years and 3 months of that period, he has known the charges leveled against him. So that's number two. And the prosecutor, they've presented their case well over 2-3 years ago. So he knows where the prosecution is positioned. So quite how Nnamdi Kanu, after 4.5 years, has not been given sufficient enough time to prepare himself. Have they introduced new charges that he needs to defend, or what exactly is he not been able to prepare for in 4.5 years?
Maybe possible some additional members of the legal team to go forward, at least to have some people,
right,
who will surround him and be giving him, legal advice where necessary, and the authorities that he will need to proceed with the defense of his case.
right.
But what we are saying, crucially, Charles, is that Section 36(6)(b) is essential that it appears that the government is rushing his defense by giving him 5 days. He's already made known to the court, and the court has given summons to 23 witnesses. He will need to spend time to discuss with those witnesses, and where those witnesses are not compliant, to ensure that the court compels them through subpoena to come and testify in court as to their knowledge of events from the time he was arrested to the time he was extraordinarily renditioned, and from the time the trials also began 5-6 years ago. So if you're going to rush, the prosecution has had more than 10 years to prepare for this matter. They have arraigned him on several charges, withdrew several charges, and
all right. So if the prosecutor has had more than 10 years to prepare for that case, so in that period of 10 years, what has been denied Nnamdi Kanu to defend himself from what's been leveled against him? What's been denied him? The prosecutor, they present their charges. They present a 15-count charge, actually, against Nnamdi Kanu. The court whittled it down to 7 charges, and that happened about 4 years ago. So the prosecutor now, they've been prosecuting Nnamdi Kanu based on those 7 charges that are universally known. He knows what's being leveled against him. He knows what the prosecutors are alleging as the reasons why those things are being leveled against him. So in that period that those charges have been in place, what has been denied Nnamdi Kanu from being able to defend himself? He has had a series of lawyers. He will commission them, sack them, commission them, sack them. Those lawyers have unfettered access to him at the DSS facilities. They've discussed the case ad infinitum, endlessly. So he has a clear familiarization with what is being leveled against him and why those charges are being leveled or levied. So quite what opportunities are denied Nnamdi Kanu? They say, oh, they don't let him meet his lawyers. That's a lie. We see the lawyers go into the court into the DSS custody all the time. And I remember when we used to have some Aloy Dimako or some other one, the one that used to bleach his skin, all manners of characters. What a Dimafo, a Dimako, a this, a that. All of them, they will go into that DSS facilities, and when they come out, they will bring messages from Nnamdi Kanu to his followership, that he doesn't support it at home, he does this, he does that, he wants them to do this and he wants them to do that. So they've been going into that custody pretty much from the very day that Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned and detained, renditioned back to Nigeria and detained in DSS custody. So he's had unfettered access to legal counsel. So what I mean, I don't even understand. It's like I always say, it's like these people live on a parallel universe, a land where everything is like some Narnia land where people walk upside down and things are back to front.
Witnesses, and where those witnesses are not compliant, to ensure that the court compels them through subpoena to come and testify in court as to their knowledge of events from the time he was arrested to the time he was extraordinarily renditioned, and from the time the trials also began 5-6 years ago. So if you're going to rush, the prosecution has had more than 10 years to prepare for this matter. They have arraigned him on several charges, withdrew several charges, and rearraigned him. They've had adequate time to present their case, and they have rested their case. The defense also requires adequate time to be able to present their case. You cannot say in a capital offense, a criminal trial that has so many significance, not just for jurisprudence, but the social and security dynamics in Nigeria, that Nnamdi Kanu is expected that is within 5 days to be able to put a defense. If you're going to railroad him, just like the court in their determination, court says he does not verily believe that access to lawyers at the DSS facilities may be videoed, may be eavesdropped. So he agreed for 3 hours. That was yesterday's meeting for himself and his lawyers to meet at the judges at the court 7 specifically. But if you go to court 7, there are video cameras, opportunities to also eavesdrop. I'm not saying that his lordship was in his chamber, but what if he was in chamber? Who else was in chamber with him to eavesdrop on the discussions between Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and his lawyers?
Well,
You see how ludicrous just that thing is. It's like it's like a suspension of critical faculty in order to go to a space where horses are men and men are dog, and people are bananas and bananas are birds. Just some wild and unimaginable place. So it's telling us then that Nnamdi Kanu, the DSS facilities that Nnamdi Kanu is held in, that the DSS could eavesdrop on the conversations between him and his lawyers. So whether they eavesdrop or not, they can have their conversation. It's immaterial. But then the court also then granted them the fiat, the grace of using the judges' chambers to have meetings as well. And it's now telling us now that even the judges' chamber will be eavesdropped for reasons that Nnamdi Kanu is about to. What conversations is going to happen outside of the conversation? You see, this is just the level of ludicrousness that these people spew.
Would argue that it's getting all rather paranoid now.
No, it's not. No, if you agreed,
even a hardened, obedient Ipobian like the host is saying this is getting somewhat rather paranoid, which is the polite way of saying that this is just ludicrously stupid.
His chamber, but what if he was in chamber? Who else was in chamber with him to eavesdrop on the discussions between Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and his lawyers?
Well, they would argue that it's getting all rather paranoid now.
No, it's not. No, if you agreed that because of electronic cameras and audio equipment and all the stuff in DSS would not be adequate for him to have concrete discussions with his.
No, the court did not actually agree to all of that. The court, they wanted, for reasons of absolute fair and balance, the Nnamdi Kanu presented the case that they feel that they might be eavesdropped in the DSS facilities. The Nnamdi Kanu space presented that, and then for the purposes of removing any possibility of any argument of being disadvantaged in whatever way, the judge then say, okay, use my chambers. But even using the judge's chambers, the Nnamdi Kanu spaces still say that even in the judge's chambers, they're still putting something to eavesdrop on Nnamdi Kanu's conversation, even to the point that an ardent Southeasterner obedient adherent like the host, Charles Anyagole, is saying, is this not now getting somewhat paranoid?
His lawyers in the defense of his case, and you're moving him from DSS to his court. But the court itself is also...
Yeah, but I mean, obviously the judge has more confidence in the court than the DSS facility.
Well, he's not...
So that's...
No, he moved the matter from the DSS facility to the court.
Yeah, that's what I'm
hoping that the court will be an adequate place.
Yeah, that's
but
what
the same court
he obviously has more confidence.
Absolutely, but then the same court has the same issues as it would be at the DSS. The court is also wired electronically.
Yeah, but maybe the judge, because he's a judge in that court. I mean, I'm just speculating.
The judges' chambers are never wired. That is not known in any jurisprudential space, territory, globally. The judge's chamber is sacred. In fact, it's more sacred than a priest's pew, or where you go and give your what's that thing that they do, the Catholics, where you go and make your confessions. Is more sacred than that space. So there's no judge chambers that is wired. But then, of course, these people, it's just they're an element unto themselves. They're a special breed, not even a peculiar breed of people.
Well,
has more control and more access to that kind of material.
So what if the judge was eavesdropping on his conversations with his lawyer?
So now the DSS are eavesdropping on Nnamdi Kanu. The judges until even if they take their Nnamdi Kanu to the palace of the Obi of Veneta and put him in the inner sanctums, in the inner chambers of the Obi's palace, they will still come back and say this. They're a very peculiar, somewhat extremely ludicrous set of people.
Would that not also affect the way and manner, the perception that he sees with the
well, I mean,
the case,
that's purely
and would also lead to
point.
bias.
Yeah, that's speculative. But let's move away from that. Usually, the decision by someone to fire his lawyers and represent himself tends to be a.
So from the opening salvo of this, just look at that facial structure. Oh, let me see. Hold on. I need to show you something. I need to show you something. Hold on. I want you to continue to look at the facial structure of that man. I want to show you something because there was something that struck me actually when I saw it just now. There's something. Oh, I can't quite find an image that. Yes, if you look at the facial structure, just look at the curvature of that guy's head. Continue to focus on the curvature of that guy's head. I want to show you something, a striking parallel that just struck me now. I've just gone to dig it up. It's loading up now. It's taking its time though. Let me see what's going on here. What's going on here, as Dadiwa would say. Hold on. Have I got it? Yes. Let me show you something. Keep focusing on the facial structure of that man, and see. Can you see a striking parallel between the facial structures of that man and an orangutan? Let me just show you again. I'm not even trying to disparage him in any way. Look at. Let me show you this. Look at the curvature. Look at the chin line as it surges forward to then invert into a flat forehead, and then look at the facial structure of an orangutan, and then you can see. So that's the evolutionary development. I didn't even want to do that, but it just struck me. But let's carry on.
A tactical move. It's sometimes used by defendants hoping to challenge the system. I mentioned that at the outset, and potentially gain an acquittal. They believe that by representing themselves, they can control the narrative and create reasonable doubt. But that strategy has also been known to backfire. I give you one example, and it's probably an extreme example, and I don't mean to kind of link it to Nnamdi Kanu, but if you remember the mass murderer in America called Ted Bundy, who was eventually executed. I mean, he got in, his lawyers were trying to arrange a plea bargain for him to get 75 years in jail. In other words, life.
Oh, sorry, I dropped that. Let me pick it up again. Where is it? Let's see. Hold on. Oh. Is this it? No, that's me, isn't it? Hold on 1 second. Let me pick it up again from the history. It just I think I clicked on something and it just dropped. So let's all right.
Angry and fired all of them and said he was going to represent himself. And he ended up being found guilty, condemned to death, and executed because he did it himself. Whereas the lawyers had already made a plea bargain arrangement, which would have kept him alive.
Well, let me tell you something, though. I don't know Ted Bundy, but I
don't know him either.
But I know Nnamdi Kanu. If you were in court today listening to Nnamdi Kanu, you will come up with the absolute impression that this is a very cerebral man. He understands the law. He also understands the challenges that are faced.
So the first thing is cerebral, not cerebral, or whatever it is I just said there. So and also Nnamdi Kanu has no understanding of the law because he has no legal training. So it's an unfortunate thing to say. It's quite it's not fact based to say what understanding of the law does Nnamdi Kanu have. He's not a lawyer. He has no legal training. It's only a criminal that is going through the legal process. That doesn't give him any understanding of the law.
If you were in court today listening to Nnamdi Kanu, you will come up with the the absolute impression that this is a very cerebral man. He understands the law.
Yeah, so it's not cerebral as he said, it's cerebral.
He also understands the challenges that are facing him.
So you think he got a better shot representing himself than the people who have represented him for quite some time? Senior advocates of Nigeria.
He made a decision.
Yeah.
He made a decision with the lawyers yesterday, which included the senior advocates of Nigeria. I'm sure they gave him proper legal advice. And I'm sure that he listened to all their suggestions to him, their briefings to him, and he chose otherwise. Like Kanu Agabi said today, that after the meeting, they came to court today to honor the court and as well to honor Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's request that they be debriefed and that they respect his opinion.
Right.
And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in court says that for now, he used the word for now, I am standing alone to defend myself. Doesn't mean that tomorrow that you will not see new sets of lawyers, which may include the current lawyers that have been debriefed.
Right.
But the most important thing for Nnamdi Kanu and everybody who is supportive of him is to ensure that everything that is going to be done goes towards fair hearing, and that every opportunity is given to him as stated in the Constitution.
Right. The point is that he's not asking the court to give him time to choose a new set of lawyers.
No, he has asked,
he's saying that he's going to represent himself.
No, he doesn't need to ask the court.
Right.
Even if he brings a new lawyer into the matter that's completely different from the existing lawyers, the lawyers will come under Section 36(6)(b).
They still need time.
They still need time.
Yeah. To familiarize
themselves with the case. And the evidences that have been put forth by the prosecutor, even if Nnamdi Kanu is taking over his matter, he still needs time to go through his trial files, know the evidence.
Well, that's not actually factually true because Nnamdi Kanu has been familiar with that case for the last 4 years. If you are saying he is bringing in a new set of lawyers who needs to be briefed and brought up to speed with the case, there is an argument for that, not a strong argument, but an argument nevertheless. But Nnamdi Kanu has been heart and center of that case for the last however long that case has been ongoing. So he cannot claim not to be familiar with the case. It's extremely familiar and it's a delay tactic, as we all know.
Evidences that have been put forth. Also be aware of the 23 witnesses that he's already given to the court, and the court has issued summons for all the 23 witnesses and are compelling them to come and testify. So there's got to be adequate time. Right. You don't expect that within the 6 days already given, 1 day is gone, that he has 5 days to prepare his defense. Right. That's why I was saying that if anything goes contrary to Section 36(6)(b), then he definitely is going to lead and make the trial to be a nullity. Okay. So he has to be given adequate time to look at his case file. To first of all, find out whether Agabi and the other team have given him his case file. He can't study everything tonight, so he needs adequate time. Right. And then the facilities to be able to ensure that he prepares himself very well.
Right. We'll watch and see how that develops. Meanwhile, of course, one of his lawyers, Aloy Ejimako, who stuck out his neck by becoming a bit more activist and taking part in the Free Nnamdi Kanu protests on Monday, is under arrest and is being charged with various offenses. What's the story there? I understand you've been to see him in detention.
I went there today. I went there 2 days ago and today to visit with him and the other co-actors.
If you pause for a moment and reflect on the fact that this guy right here, this Obi Aguocha or something or the other, if you pause for a moment and reflect on the fact that this is a federal lawmaker, somebody that is so nakedly and openly ethnic and biased and extreme in his views, that has a very low view of anybody outside of his ethnicity, if you pause and reflect for a moment that this guy right here is making and passing laws that affects you and I, that tells us just it tells us that we're doomed. That somebody like this will be making law that affects somebody like myself. You know, that's damnation right there.
Accused, Kuje prison, to visit with them, and hopefully tomorrow the matter was adjourned by the magistrate court till Friday, which is tomorrow, of which we hope the offenses being charged are bailable offenses, and that the judge will adequately grant bail,
Right.
to allow them, especially Jimoko, who is the engine house or the secretariat of the Mazen Nnamdi Kanu legal team, to arrest him the way they did and to detain him the way he's also, you can say a conspiracy theorist.
Well, I mean, that's
saying that, it was done deliberately.
Yeah, but
to
that's
ensure that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is devoid of Ejimako.
So the arrest of Ejimako was done deliberately in order to undermine the Nnamdi Kanu case. So Aloy Ejimako, he of free will, decided to go on the streets of Abuja to be fomenting anarchy. The court made quite specific specifications in terms of how that protest should take place. They ring-fence sensitive areas for those protests not to go to, for that protest not to go to. And Aloy Ejimako, for the arrogance of ignorance of thinking that it's above the law, he breached that court ruling and then started to charge towards restricted areas. So all of that, ignore all of that, the whole of the arrest of Aloy Ejimako, who was fomenting anarchy on the streets of Abuja, his arrest was entirely to undermine Nnamdi Kanu's case.
Well, that's one way of looking at it, because Bayo Onanuga, the special advisor on information and strategy to the president, has called for disciplinary action against Mr. Ejimako for what he called professional misconduct.
What professional misconduct?
Well,
Ejimako is a lawyer by profession.
Right.
He's a Nigerian citizen by profession, entitled to the provisions and to the protection of Section 40 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that says that he has a right to peaceful assembly and association. So why is it different? Because he's a Ejimako, and then he is no longer entitled to that because he's a lawyer. What about the doctors that came for the protest? What about...
No, that's an obfuscating parallel. That's a misdirection right there. Aloy Ejimako, he has the expectations of knowing and conducting better, precisely because he's not a lawyer or an engineer, but an officer of the court. And it's not only because every lawyer is an officer of the court, and not only is he an officer of the court, he's an active participant, is an active combatant in the case that is ongoing, that he's now trying to circumvent law in order to use people pressure to undermine. So it's undermining the rule of law and due process, and that is what stands him out, because he's positioned especially for reasons of being a lawyer and an active combatant in that case to know better.
Students that came and many other people that came.
Well, yes,
they're not entitled to the same protection there. So it goes to that pattern, Charles, that I keep saying every single time, that when it comes, especially in the administration of criminal justice, there appear to be two sets of rules in this country, one for the Igbo man.
And very quickly we get there. Poor me, poor me, poor me another. Poor me, poor me, poor me another. So poor me, the victim playing quickly comes in.
So it goes to that pattern, Charles, that I keep saying every single time, that when it comes, especially in the administration of criminal justice, there appear to be two sets of rules in this country, one for the Igbo man and another for every other
but of course,
the
man who organized the protest, Omoyele Sowore, has himself been nicked by the police.
Well, I had that today.
Yeah, we saw the video.
I had that today.
We saw it. We saw
I had
the
that
arrest,
today.
and it's
yes, I had that
he's
today.
been arrested.
He's been arrested. But what took them that long? If they were going to arrest everybody, why didn't they arrest everybody all at the same time? Because of the outcry on what may have appeared to be an injustice, particularly on one particular race or one particular tribe, the Igbo tribe, and then maybe.
All right. So I'm glad he corrected himself. The Igbos are never a race; they're a tribe.
Just like they said, if you look at what the CP of FCT said, that is almost like an injustice. They have arrested so many others, and then the person who organized the protest was never arrested.
Right.
But even so, has not committed any crime by, protesting under Section 40 of the Constitution.
Well, they claim here they claim the reason why Bayo Onanuga was calling for.
But clearly, I mean, it's quite clear, and everybody knows. Showore, Ejimako, Prince Kanu, or whatever his name is, Nande Kanu's younger brother, all of these people, they were not arrested for protesting. They were arrested for breaching court orders, which is to say there are restricted areas that protest should not take place in, and they breached that and were subsequently arrested. So it was because if the protest itself was the thing, then the authorities have sufficient enough muscles to have stopped that process from taking place. So by letting that protest take place and providing security cover for that protest to take place peacefully, that tells you then that the authorities, they are not averse to the protest taking place, so long as it's within the confines of law and order. It doesn't infringe on the right. And by the way, that protest severely impinged and infringed on other people's rights. Traders could not open their shops. Civil servants could not go to work. The roads were shut down to restrict and constrain vehicular travel, all of those things. So the security agencies were there to marshal and shepherd that protest, so that as much as they could contain it is in conformance with law and order and the orders of the court. But because of the arrogance of ignorance, that rush of blood to the head, that is always the Omoyele Sowore space, he decided to breach that court order of restriction to go into areas that the court said that they should not go into. He and his hangers on, his minions like Ejimoko, etc. They breached the court order and they were subsequently arrested. So they were not arrested for protesting, because if the government did not want that protest to take place, then it would not have. So they were not arrested for protesting. They were arrested for breaching the court order.
By, protesting under Section 40 of the Constitution.
Well, they claim here they claim the reason why Bayo Onanuga was calling for sanctions against a lawyer.
Did they give Tinubu sanction? Did they give Tinubu sanction when Tinubu was protesting himself?
Let me just make the point. The reason, I mean, there are different contexts. The reason,
they're not different. They're not
hold on. Let me just make
Charles.
the point. The reason is that, according to them, there was a court order preventing that.
Preventing them from going to the villa. Preventing
parts of that protest from
going to the villa. Where were they arrested? Were they arrested?
But that in violation of that rule, which is why he's saying that there is an issue of profession. I mean, I'm not a spokesman for him. I'm just telling you why he said that and why also Sowore has been arrested. But let's move on from that, because we're running out of time. I mean, I asked this question of Mr. Sowore a few days ago, because he was here on the night of those protests, with all the dust.
And by the way, we're coming to the end of it. If anybody wants to come in, the link in the comment section.
That's been raised by the protests and everything else in between. Is that likely to make things better or worse for Mr. Kanu?
No, for me, every opportunity to draw the attention of the state to to Mazin Nnamdi Kanu and the apparent injustice in the prosecution of Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. The judge is Yoruba. The prosecution team, all of them are Yoruba.
So now the judge originally was not Yoruba. The judge was Justice Binta Inyako. So now, for reasons of this ethnic jingoism that this guy is about to launch into now, for reasons of ethnic jingoism, Nnamdi Kanu rejected that judge. So the judicial system did not acquiesce to him. They did not buckle, but ultimately that judge, for reasons of being tired of being abused by the Igbo man from Umahia every time she's in court, she decided to recuse herself. So she recused herself, and then the Nigerian whichever department allocates judges to these cases, they then went to try and put an Igbo judge on that case, but the Igbo judge also recused himself, and then ultimately it landed on the desk of Justice James Omotosho, who took it on. So the original case was Nnamdi Kanu being in front of Justice Binta Inyako, and we all know what transpired there. So now quite this narrative of some Machiavellian orchestration that has landed an Igbo man in the clutches of being surrounded by Yoruba people is, as always, whatever comes out of that space, a misdirection to the point of being an absolute deliberate lie.
For Mr. Kanu?
No, for me, every opportunity to draw the attention of the state to Mazin Nnamdi Kanu and the apparent injustice in the prosecution of Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. The judge is Yoruba. The prosecution team, all of them are Yoruba. The attorney general is Yoruba. Mr. President is Yoruba.
So now, Tinubu, a Yoruba man winning an election, Lateef Fagbemi, the Attorney General Minister of Justice, being a Yoruba man, even though he's from the North Central, and the legal team that the government is using being Yoruba people, are all grand orchestration in order then to weigh the law unfairly against Nnamdi Kanu. This is what this Southeastern lawmaker is inviting you to believe. The president is a Yoruba man. The attorney general is a Yoruba man. The legal team that of the prosecution, they are Yoruba people. So that then, in his mind, invites then you to believe there is a grand Yoruba orchestration to weigh unfairly against Nnamdi Kanu, using that as a thought point to rage against the Igbo people and try and destroy them. That's what is inviting. So Tinubu won that election solely for the purposes of using the law unfairly against Nnamdi Kanu. He appointed Lateef Fagbemi as the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation solely for the purpose of weighing unfairly against Nnamdi Kanu, and then they employed Yoruba lawyers to finish that off. That is the mindset, that is the trajectory of reasoning or lack thereof that this character is presenting.
By the protests and everything else in between. Is that likely to make things better or worse for Mr. Kanu?
No, for me, every opportunity to draw the attention of the state to Mazin Nnamdi Kanu and the apparent injustice in the prosecution of Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. The judge is Yoruba. The prosecution team, all of them are Yoruba. The attorney general is Yoruba. Mr. President is Yoruba. It appears that, for some elements within the Yoruba, community are looking at this as a new civil war between the Yoruba and the Ibos. It shouldn't be like that.
Yeah.
And there it is right there. And that is the typical, this guy is not speaking out of skew, by the way. It's not speaking off piece to this character on the screen. That right there is the central popular mindset of that particular demography. So he's making the utterances of what they think in their innermost mind. That Tinubu winning the election, appointing Lateef Fagbemi as the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, and then having a Yoruba legal team to prosecute Nnamdi Kanu are all a grand orchestration to bring the Igbo people down. And that is what they fervently believe. So it's not even saying it to be outlandish. It's speaking the mind of that particular demography. That's what the majority of them think.
To Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the apparent injustice in the prosecution of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The judge is Yoruba. The prosecution team, all of them are Yoruba. The Attorney General is Yoruba. Mr. President is Yoruba. It appears that, for some elements within the Yoruba, community are looking at this as a new civil war between the Yoruba and the Ibos. It shouldn't be like that.
Yeah, but you're the one who's saying that.
No, but it's the reality.
No. Well, I mean,
it is the reality, Charles.
It depends on how you interpret.
No, but it is the reality.
Right.
Who is superintending the prosecution of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Is a Yoruba judge. It's not an Hausa judge.
You're saying that there is
Who is the prosecutor? Is the Yoruba prosecutor? Who are the prosecution team? Yorubas.
So you're saying that
the Attorney General is Yoruba.
Are you saying there is a conspiracy?
Absolutely.
Or there is the perception of a conspiracy? Which one are you talking about?
If you look at the way it is going, and they are resilient and adamant in seeing that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not given adequate provisions of time, adequate facilities to ensure that he has adequate provisions for his defense.
You know, just off the back of this sort of mindset, I would love for them to go and give Nnamdi Kanu the Abiola tea in that DSS facility, and then let's see what happens after that. Let them go and give him the Abiola tea in the DSS facility, and then let's see if heavens will fall.
So if you see how it is going, one may have the perception that, it's a conspiracy of a few Yoruba people against the Ibos. So that's the impression.
But just for the purposes of documenting what's actually known as factual, Nnamdi Kanu was actually renditioned by Abubakar Malami, Malam Buhari, not Tinubu. The charges leveled against Nnamdi Kanu were levied by Abubakar Malami and Buhari, not Tinubu. And of course, when that was in play, this same narrative that it was a grand conspiracy of the Fulanis against the Igbos, so that's now transmitted to the person in situation now. So just for the purposes of what is actually factual, the Nnamdi Kanu narrative is just an inconvenient nuisance that Tinubu inherited when he became president. And of course, it has to be seen through by whichever administration is in situation. It's only really, if Obi was president, he will release him because he feels that Nnamdi Kanu, he has the right to slaughter as many of his, in Yoruba land, we say, Gambari Fulani ko lejo nu. So, but in terms of the applications of the rule of law, if you look at the trajectory of Nnamdi Kanu, he was arrested, renditioned by Abubakar Malami, Malam Buhari. The charges that he's facing now, they're not charges leveled or levied by the Tinubu administration. They were charges levied by the Buhari administration. The Nnamdi Kanu situation was inherited by this present administration in situation. But ignore all that. It's just a grand Yoruba conspiracy against the Igbotics.
That is out there. It's not just me that is talking. I mean, how can you expect somebody? You're saying that, okay, you have ruled so that you cannot go back. Every other thing will be done in presentation of your addresses. And then you have a holistic judgment.
Anyway,
who does that?
Yeah,
there are jurisdictional issues.
Okay.
that needs to be.
Well, I'm not holding brief,
and I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not holding brief.
But I'm not holding brief for anybody.
So he's not even a lawyer, and he's been quoting constitutions all the way. This is the thing that we especially find within that. I was on a platform just yesterday as well, and there was this guy who sounded barely literate, but of course, from his tone, is from the Alaba market stock. And it was this same Nnamdi Kanu conversation, and it was saying, according to section something something of the Nigerian Constitution, according to section some, and I asked him, then, are you a lawyer? Do you have any legal training? He says it's immaterial if he's a lawyer or not. That just by virtue of being able to read, he has an understanding of the Constitution. This is how that space functions.
But I don't think it's fair to make an allegation against a set of people when you haven't got a scintilla of evidence to support the point that you are
Charles,
making.
I just gave you an instance. Excuse me, sir. I just gave you an instance.
Speculative.
The judge is Yoruba. The judge is Yoruba.
It's not fair.
Well, it's not fair for the injustice that is being meted on Mazen.
Anyway, let me ask you this. Let's turn away from, because we literally got a minute or so left. Let's turn away from Nnamdi Kanu for a hot second, and let's turn to the continuing. I mean, you seem to be carrying a lot of problems. I mean, from Nnamdi Kanu now to the travails, the continuing travails of the Labour Party, your party. I mean, we received a press release today from the interim chairman, Nenadi Usman, accusing the acting chair of INEC, Mrs. May Abamuche Mbu, who's now handed over to the new INEC chair, Professor Joash Amupitan, of being in criminal collusion with the factional chairman of Labour Party, Julius Abure, over what they described as a fake court order, and they were calling for her arrest. I mean, that sounds monstrously
You know, in all honesty, I cannot quite get over the facial structure of this guy. It must be a peculiarly physiological malaise of that particular demography. Look at, I mean, it's nothing consistent with the construct of a human face. You know, it's like there's an elongation that goes into a very, very sharp backward thrust to then crown in a very, very tiny, very tiny top. Look at that. And it's the same with this guy as well. It's just that he's fleshed out a bit more. I wonder if that's something we should be paying attention to, the physiological makeup of that particular demography.
It's monstrously complicated. Well, what's all that about?
I remember the last time I told you that we do not have any faction in the Labour Party. We do not. There's a court judgment that is specific, even reaffirmed by another court judgment of a high court. The matter is going to appeal court again. But what we had expected INEC to do is to have, the interpretation of the court judgment that invalidated Mr. Julius Abure as the chairman and validated Ms. Nenadi Usman as the acting national chairman of the party. So we're still waiting for INEC to do the needful and to do the right things to ensure that Labour Party has adequately, the leadership that we believe in, which is Nenadi Usman's leadership, to take the party to greater heights.
Right.
So,
okay. Well, it sounds like a model to me.
Till then, I'm Labour for life, and many of us have remained in the Labour Party.
Well, it depends on how much more life the Labour Party has.
We have a lot of life. We have a lot of life.
Okay. Well,
and that life, given an opportunity in 2027, will be the new leadership.
Well, we wish you all the very best. Honorable Obi Aguocha is a member of the House of Representatives under, as he has emphatically said, the Labour Party. Thank you very much indeed.
All right, so that's that. So that's what politics looks like coming out of a southeastern parliamentarian. So that's what politics looks like coming out of a southeastern parliamentarian. So I'll play you just another 2-minute clip. This is the updated situation regarding the Nnamdi Kanu case. So I'll play you this clip and then we'll round it off. I've been telling you all the way through that Nnamdi Kanu, he has no interest in a judicial outcome. He just wants to elongate the case for as long, because he knows that he's guilty. There's no defense against what's been leveled against him. So what's been levied against him, so he wants to elongate it for just as long as he can. All of the tricks in the books, he has used it. He started off by saying, making a no case to answer plea, which was dismissed. And then he spent 2 years fighting Justice Unyako, who's a northerner, by the way, to the point that they bullied her out of that case. And the case was then transferred to this now that this guy is describing as a Yoruba man. And then he entered yet another no case to answer plea, which was dismissed. And then he changed his lawyer several times. And then he came in with his medical situation to say he's unfit. And then after they determined that he was fit, he then sacked his set of lawyers again. So every opportunity to delay this case in Nnamdi Kanu has used it. The reason why this case has been elongated up to this point is for reasons of delay by Nnamdi Kanu. The court now invites him to present his case within 6 days, to present his defense, but he's now sacked his lawyer and says he needs time to read the case files, and is inviting witnesses from Ethiopia, Uganda, Pluto, wherever, everywhere in the universe. He's inviting witnesses. So that's a delay tactic as well. But now, an additional delay tactic still. So here is the latest installment in the never-ending saga that's the Nnamdi Kanu case.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for joining us on Midday News. We begin the Midday News in Abuja, where the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, has abandoned his earlier plans to call 23 witnesses in his defense on his ongoing trial for alleged terrorism offenses.
Do you see now why I said is just going to turn the whole thing into a farce? So he's made all this grand splash. He wants Wike, he wants Danjuma, Sanwo-Olu, he wants Hope Uzodinma, everybody, Abubakar Malami, Buritai. He wants the president of Kenya, both present and past. He wants the Haile Selassie from Ethiopia. He wants all of the prime ministers that have ever ruled UK that are still alive. All of those people he wants as witnesses. That was as early as 2 days ago. So now he says it's no longer interested, that he just is not going to participate anymore. So the judge just now needs to make a pronouncement on the case of the prosecution.
On Midday News. We begin the Midday News in Abuja, where the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, has abandoned his earlier plans to call 23 witnesses in his defense on his ongoing trial for alleged terrorism offenses. At the day's proceedings, Mr. Kanu said he had gone through the case file and realized that there's no valid charge against him. He argued that since he's convinced that there's no valid charge against him and that he was subject to an unlawful trial, there will be no need for him to open any defense. Justice James Omotosho asked him to file a written address to that effect and serve the prosecution. The judge advised him to consult experts in criminal law on the consequences of the option he has chosen.
So that's exactly what I was hinting at. So the judge invited him to make it formal, give us formal notice that you don't want to defend yourself. But before you give us that formal notice, please consult people with expertise so that you understand the consequences of you saying you don't want to defend yourself. Because if you don't want to defend yourself, the judge is not going to say that's the end of the case and then you can go home. That's not going to happen. The judge will make a pronouncement on what is already available in the court. So the judge will make a pronouncement on the case as presented by the prosecutors. So you say you have no case to answer. It doesn't then nullify the case. It doesn't elongate it. It doesn't do anything. All it does is that you have closed your defense for reasons that you're saying you cannot or you are unwilling to defend yourself. So saying you cannot or you are unwilling to defend yourself does not nullify the case. So that's why he's referencing him to legal expertise before he puts that decision in a formal written form. So the moment he puts that decision in a formal written form, all that is now left for the court to do is to pronounce a judgment. So the court will pronounce a judgment, and Nnamdi Kanu will then go to the appeal court, and that is really where he wants to be. So the journey continues essentially. Let's take it from the beginning again. We watch it all the way through. and then we shut it down. I don't think anybody is up for discussing Nnamdi Kanu this afternoon.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for joining us on Midday News. We begin the midday news in Abuja, where the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, has abandoned his earlier plans to call 23 witnesses in his defense on his ongoing trial for alleged terrorism offenses. At the day's proceedings, Mr. Kanu said he had gone through the case file and realized that there's no valid charge against him. He argued that since he's convinced that there's no valid charge against him, and that he was subject to an unlawful trial, there will be no need for him to open any defense. Justice James Omotosho asked him to file a written address to that effect and serve the prosecution. The judge advised him to consult experts in criminal law on the consequences of the option he has chosen. He thereafter adjourned till the 4th, 5th, and 6th November for the adoption of the final written addresses based on defendant's position that the evidence related so far and the charge has not established any case against him, or for the defendant to enter his defense.
All right, so that's that. I wonder how many of those charges the guilty pronouncement will come back on. I don't think quite it will get the Oh, is this Segun Showumi appearing on our TVC? He claims to be a PDP man, but to all intents and purposes, it's a Tinubu mouthpiece, Segun Showumi. So that's Nnamdi Kanu, as I've always told you, is going to and has already turned the whole case into a farce. Dewale joins us at the last minute. So Dewale, I mean, it's from the ridiculous to the absurd. It's just a farce, isn't it?
It is one man. Good morning. Good morning. Here, it is really a very, very disappointing, kind of things going on. Unfortunately, like I said in the comment section, if this thing that happens outside the shore of Nigeria, this guy would have been behind the bar long, long time before now. I stumbled on that interview on YouTube because I was avoiding Arise TV, every time. And I listened to it. I was like, no, this man must be living in utopia. I mean, how could he have come up with all these alternative fact that wasn't true, saying that the Yoruba judge, Yoruba prosecutor, Yoruba this and that. I mean, like you said, the case has started from when Malam, what is it called? The former AG, Abubakar Malami, now transferred. As a matter of fact, when the case was transferred to Justice Omotosho, the first thing that his lawyer filed was that man to recuse himself. Why? He had no connection with the case, but you are saying he lacks jurisdiction to be in charge of the case. And now that the prosecution has already closed their case, now for you to open your defense and close it. As a matter of fact, I like the fact that the judge gave him 30 days. Now, 30 days now got to weeks. And then he was calling every frogs and crocodile and that was the most ridiculous thing. He knew what he was doing. He actually knew the fact that it's an open and closed case for him. But unfortunately, in this crime, once somebody is arrested, everything turned political. Look at that word man, the man that was supposed to have been learned. I mean, he's not even a lawyer, but I expect him being a legislator to have known better. But no, he was parroting the same story about him being prosecuted unjustly. That doesn't make any sense. And now that he's decided not to even open his defense and not to call the witnesses again, you can imagine all these things are games that he's playing. And another thing that people are saying is that because he was discharged from the initial cases, then so he can't be charged again. That is not true. If you are not acquitted of the cases, it's still an open case. Anything can be stuck against you. And prosecution are so smart. What they usually do anywhere in the world, they will start cases against you. Even though the original one is still there, but praying that all those other ones will stick. In some cases, the judge will say, you know what, let's throw this out. Let's make this continue. But in this case, you have case to answer to. You abandoned, you jumped the bail and you left. I don't care under what circumstances should let them.
Dewale, I was suggesting that maybe they should just give him the Abiola tea in DSS facilities.
We don't even we don't even we, we don't even need to do that one man. He need to face the mixing. Look, if EPA's case had happened in Nigeria, we would still be going around dancing around all these political songs, talking about, oh, he was being unjustly prosecuted. But thank God EPA committed his case way far away in Finland. Why didn't they go to Finland to protest? Why didn't they say, oh, he was convicted unjustly, so we are going to protest in Finland? And we have some lunatics here in Nigeria saying, oh, he was convicted in Finland, this and that. It was not supposed to. But he committed the crime abroad. So if the likes of Nnamdi had been arrested, let's say in England or somewhere far away from Nigeria, all these shenanigans would not be going around. So as far as I'm concerned, the guy knows what he's doing, and I hope, because it seems that whoever is advising him is not advising him well. For him to have even debriefed his legal team tells you that this guy knows the game. You know how many people that have represented this guy, starting from this guy from the.
I think there are about five cycles of lawyers now.
Yeah. So if he had done that, tell me the kind of game he's playing. The people know. So all this, as a matter of fact, we expect if somebody who has been, come across and saying that he's remorseful about some of the things he has done, there will be a political way out for him. But he's still deviant, he's still arrogant, still the same way. To me, as far as I'm concerned, the federal government should not even delay the case. The more, if he refuses to open his defense, if he refuses to call witnesses, present evidence, then they should go ahead with the court. You cannot continue to waste the court time. There are some other important cases that are needed to be adjudicated. So, as far as I'm concerned, they can continue to play this game, but they should not give him any form of credence or some form of respect by saying that, oh, we're going to dance to his tune and wait till it's no. He's been doing this for too long. It shouldn't linger on. I mean, look at Samuel Ekpa. Samuel Ekpa case only took less than a year or years, actually. I mean, when he was arrested, the case, you would track the case from here. We knew when everything was closed, and then he was convicted. So tell me, what makes his own case different? Because it happens in Nigeria, unfortunately. But I hope people like this that came to Arise News to parrot the same story, I hope someday people are able to check him in his trap, because can allow people, even Arise News were a little bit hesitant, some of those things that he was saying. You're trying to fact check him that no, you don't have a fact to support all these things. But of course, they're trying to dance to their supporter or to their base. Those who ignorantly support this. I call him idiot. I seldom use word like that in an open place like this, but it's an idiot. It's not somebody that's supposed to be celebrated in any way. It doesn't represent the interest of that region at all. Not somebody that's needed to be celebrated at all. Thank you, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellently put. Thank you for coming in. I was just about to bill, but no, I just feel that guy they should just shoot him, and we just end it there. But Ola joins us. So Ola just still aghast by the outlandish pronouncement of the southeastern lawmaker. Now the latest development, Nnamdi Kanu saying he is not going to defend himself because he feels he has no case to answer. Is this guy turning this whole thing into a farce? And should the government play along, or just let them just make a judgment and then we take it from there? How are you positioned, Ola?
You see, the problem I have within our political space is how we, the citizen, respond to things like this. I'm even looking beyond what Kanu was saying, because I know head or tail, the justice system, we respond to that. But look at the senator representing the people. So it's so straightforward that we know why we are not progressing as a country. Because if you were supposed to be the senator representing us, and you were supposed to be in the National Assembly, so all you were bringing to the table was a chant for war, all you were bringing to the table, where it's supposed to be national, where we are supposed to have our basis of unity so that we can work together for common goods of all of us so that we can move forward as a country. Look at the positioning. So this is like self-sabotaging. You know, you just like you know, it's like a self-sabotage. You are not, so it's showing you don't really have the right quality to become the leaders of your space. Because one man, would you see a person that talk this way and you are negotiating with the government and you really want to take someone like that seriously? You don't want to do that. It's unfortunate, because if there was anything for that man to do at all, it was supposed to find a way to lobby. You lobby the government, and you start finding some kind of a political solution that, okay, don't worry, release this guy. We are going to give some kind of a guarantee that, okay, it will behave better, all those stuff. And so, you know, despite all those people that have been paid and all those things that have been destroyed through the activities orchestrated by this guy, and one senator, or maybe he's a member of National Assembly, one rep, would just come out and speak that way. It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. So on Kanu himself, probably someone advised him to go ahead and support the effort, so that maybe someone have an idea of, okay, pata, if they sentence you, you are going to bag this number of years in jail or in prison. So maybe someone advised, so okay, let us quickly find a solution to this case so that you receive your judgment. Maybe from there, we now go to the president and find a way to see if the president can pardon you, because it is possible that someone analyze the case and say, okay, head or tail, whether you see this case through or you don't see this case through, it's going to end up in jail. So why prolong it? Because, you know, if you allow lawyer to stay there, they will argue and counter argue. Maybe for the next 5-6 years, the case will still be there running. But why not just find a way to self-sabotage yourself and get the pronouncement for now, then let us go and use political solutions. So that's my own hypothesis, the way I see it. Because and I think it's matter should actually be fast-tracked, so that there should be solution to it.
So you don't agree that they should just pie him in that DSS custody?
You know, I've never been an advocate of pying person when it comes to that, because
what about a mass murderer like Nnamdi Kanu?
See, even let me tell you, someone that is spied does not feel any pains. So if you really want to punish anybody, the person should feel his pain. Okay, you pie someone to the eternity, and someone pie the person too. Do you understand? To me, it's not a punishment. It's not a punishment. The punishment is for that person to live every day and regret what he has done for as long as the person is under jail. See, putting a person like him in prison for like 5-10 years, to have that emotional trauma across those periods is a better punishment than pie. When you pie someone, you just help the person to, you know, someone that is pied doesn't remember anything. The person is gone for forever. So I've never been an advocate. A criminal must serve his own penalty right there. There should not be shortcuts. For a pine person is a relief. I see it as like a relief. I see it like a relief. So to me, I don't support pie no matter what. Even apart from all this Boko Haram and all those terrorists in the northern period that people will be talking of a bargaining, finish them in the act. Once you catch them where they gather and say they want to commit the act, even before they raise up their hand, finish them off. Don't give them that opportunity to say, okay, I've surrendered. No, finish them off. That one we know, because there are many. Because if you see like about 10,000 people, about 20,000 people get involved in a terrorist act, like even to prosecute them is going to be hard. So people like that, you can finish them off in that act because they are mass problem. But in this case of Kanu, no matter what, I do not support the pie. Let him go into that correctional center and let him be serving his time there. So everybody that want to behave like him, they will have a life reference just to be some kind of deterrent. You know, there's a way you can protest. Okay, Showore that is defending him now. Showore is protesting too, but how many people has been linked to Showore that okay, you never heard Showore asking people to go and buy soldier and police. You've never asked Showore to say, okay, go and burn down government buses and go and do all those stuff. So, you can see, you can protest from now to tomorrow. Nobody stops you. Nobody say you should not agitate. But when it comes to the situation when you start claiming lives, no, it's unfortunate. It's no longer the same thing again. So that's the way I see that situation.
Huh.
So if there's maybe anybody want to go before we go to another topic.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So we've got a man of Prestige and we've got Charles with us as well. Prestige, this lawmaker from Nnamdi Kanu's constituency, Obi Aguocha or something, whatever his name is, inviting them that because of Nnamdi Kanu, there should be an ethnic war between the Yorubas and the Ibos. Does that alarm you to hear from a lawmaker? And Nnamdi Kanu saying he is unwilling to defend himself, should they just give him the capital punishment, send him to bar beach, and send him to his maker, Prestige?
Greetings, everybody. It's morning here. I believe it's morning in the Eastern time, and I believe it's morning. No, it's probably in the afternoon where you are. But anyway, I'm not going to narrate your caption and all that kind of thing. So I'm gonna go straight to the point. We can, we can agree or disagree. So that's where I'm in that, So I'm not going to steal that load the way you caption your this thing for whatever reason. So let's begin. I think somebody made a statement. I believe it was at Dewole that he does not represent the interests of the Southeast. Who are you to?
Sorry, Prestige. I'm going to bill for about 20 minutes. Ola can coordinate Bokari and Prestige.
Yeah, thank you, one man. So, Adewale, who are you to make that kind of categorical statement? Yeah, you're not from the Southeast, so you don't know how the Southeasterners feel, whether it represent their interests or no, whether it's for good or for not. So I think it's very disingenuous for you to make that statement. There are some people in the South who believe that he represents their interests. I'm not going to say I'm one of them, but you have no right to say that. I mean, he has abundant supporter. I mean, I was never a supporter of Nnamdi Kanu, not the methodology that he used, but some of the things that he has spoken has come to fruition. So, let me stick on the fact what we are saying right now. So he has decided that he's not, he has no case to answer. There's nothing wrong. That's a valid motion under Nigerian criminal law. It's not a defiance in my own opinion. Procedurally, the judge must now rule whether the prosecution has proven. I'm not a lawyer, but in a prima facie cases, politically, it reinforces the standard. It's a baseless. That's the way he's looking at it. It's political driven. That's the way Nnamdi Kanu used to look at it. Is it right? That I don't know. In my own opinion, strategically, I think it's a gamble. He's gambling because where we are right now, the judge can pretty much, present the case without a trial and make a decision from there. That's the gamble Nnamdi Kanu is playing. But I've said earlier, when he started this, that he's going to represent himself. I thought it was a master stroke in the sense that they have been through the legal procedure for for how many years? 5 years. I think he was rendition in June. I don't have the facts here. If I'm wrong, somebody correct me. In June 2021. And nothing has happened. It has been going, through different, legal system. Some of them is his fault for, elongating the situation, and most of them is the fault of the, the federal government. So regardless of, we're not here to, to state whether the rendition or not. In my own opinion, judging by international law, I'm not a lawyer, but from what I read, the extraordinary rendition is against international law in all ramifications. And I have many cases, to back up what I'm saying from what I read. But that's not where we're at right now. We're not here to, to define whether the rendition is legal or it's not legal. I mean, it's factual, it's illegal. So having said that, I thought he was playing a smart politics because I don't think the situation where he is right now require, a legal system. It has to be a political, solution. Whether the present government who didn't put him there, he was put there by somebody who are considered to be a silent genocidal. That is what Buhari was. He was a silent genocider. We know his antecedent when it comes to that area. So I consider him. You all can praise Buhari you all want. I'm not one of them. He's a silent genocider in my own opinion. So having said that, they are the one that's, they're the one that put him in that situation, Malami and all that kind of things. Whether the way he was brought to this country, I don't know whether he was drugged and all that kind of things, but the case is clear, that it was illegal. So Tinubu herited it. The only solution is political. Does he have the political will to do this? He can do it if he want to, but I don't know his stand. Only him knows whether it's for political. He doesn't want to lose the North vote, or maybe the Southeastern governors, which are called Emefule. I mean, Efulefo, that's what we call it in Igbo land, whether they're because they don't want Nnamdi Kanu to be released to overshadow them or whatever. So for whatever reason, I believe this should have been resolved by now, and let's just have, let's just have a safe country. But everybody, some people have the opinion that he should be in prison or lock up or, give a tea to die there. That's your own opinion, but and I'm not the one that subscribed to that. I believe, he should be released. He has not committed a worst crime in this country. After all, we have all these so-called Boko Haram and something like that who has been reintegrated into our society that kill millions of millions. So the comparison is not even something to talk about. It's unequivocal in that regard. Like I said, I thought it was a master stroke. Calling all those people defense and everything. Of course, most of them, probably you can't compare them. We can say he was going to show up. Most of the governors has immunity. Well, I think 2 governors or 3 governors, I've forgotten. They have immunity. Definitely they wouldn't show up. So having said that, this is where we are right now. We see what happened. I don't know what actually going to be the outcome. So they have to make a pronunciation, a pronouncement in reference to that. So let me go to some of the point the guy what's his name? The guy from Umuahia area, the House of Representative, the way he was speaking. Do I agree with his narrative or the way he pivoted to ethnic issue or whatever? No, that shouldn't have been the right case to do. If you're coming here to make a very factual statement, in a way that can be maybe political solution to release him now, that is the only possible way. Legal system, judicial, that's not gonna happen. But does he have a point when he said there's two law for the there's two law when it comes to Nigeria? That's debatable. I don't know if I really want to go into that. But let me let somebody else speak. Then I can go into that later. Thank you.
Many petite. You know what? That what that guy said. That guy. There's some truth. What the guy just said. There's some truth. You know what I said? That why did Nigeria go and like Ibos to get away from prison? The hypocrisy in Nigeria. The hypocrisy. The truth. But that it's the truth. It's a fact. You can't deny it.
Who's speaking? We can't hear you. And can you identify yourself? Maybe your name, so we know we can barely hear what you're saying.
Okay, he has dropped, maybe network. I think.
Maybe he has a problem,
maybe.
but can I finish about whether there's two law because the guy can't speak. Maybe I can take his place to make that point before we proceed. Your mind or somebody?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead. I have my final submission after you stand. Then
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you, Adewale. In my opinion, legally speaking, no, there's only one law in Nigeria, but you can see how the Southeast and field there's a separate or single, legal law in Nigeria. I mean, based on the 1999 Constitution, yeah, the law is the law, there's state law, there's federal law. But judging by where we are, how the Southeasterners feel, like they are being judged differently. Maybe some people will feel it. I mean, I'm not going to say that because I've not witnessed that. But everybody is different. Some Ibos feel like that, and you can't blame them for that. If you're going by the historical, judging from what we witnessed in practice, like the Biafran War. After the war, they were only giving 20 pounds. I mean, that's actually set them back. Economically, they feel like there's injustice. I mean, what they have been experiencing as Igbo nation. I mean, you can't deny that part. Representative and power imbalance. That's there. How they are being profiled, perception and bias.
Hello. All right. Let's hear from Ogbeni after Prestige, and then we'll open it up fully.
Okay, they feel like social, economic inequality and policy. They feel like they are being deprived. So there's many example. But I can't just stay here because I'm overseas. Things are good for me and everything. But the people that are actually, this be merited, they have the right to feel like that. So I don't see anything wrong. But that's their own personal opinion. I mean, just because I don't feel that way, I'm not going to come here and judge say they are wrong. So that's just my opinion in that regard.
Okay, Ogbeni, are you there?
How are you, sir? How's everybody doing?
We dey okay. Oh, how you dey?
I do. Thank God.
Welcome, sir.
I want chook mouth small.
Oh yeah, please fire on.
So yes, I just joined, and so I just heard what man of Prestige is saying, and that's why I just joined to just put my own this thing there. So let me start with this issue of two laws for people in Nigeria. We apply it when it comes to Igbo differently. All those things are not true, and sometimes is born out of victim mentality, and sometimes I don't understand. And people that peddle these things, I ask them sometimes, is it that you people don't check facts? Ask whoever is saying that thing to give you facts. I was watching, was it one of those senator rep? I think it's a rep man or senator that used to follow. I think it was in that riot and that protest too. That was saying it that why did they arrest Ejimako and Kano Agape brother, and I think was he Shore now told him, but they arrested Shore I think Shore Kumbalu was telling him that, but they arrested Shore too. He said, why did they take them one day to arrest Shore the second day? What a kind of reasoning is that? Do you know how many times Shore has been arrested because of Nnamdi Kanu? How many times that guy has been arrested in the court because of Nnamdi Kanu? So they arrested Shore because of what? There's a separate law that applies to Shore is a judge. A separate law applied to the judges in Nigeria. But all of a sudden, because now it now comes to Ejimako, we cannot remember again that people have been arrested severally in Nigeria when it comes to your protest. Lawyers have been arrested too when it comes to you. Do you know how many times they arrested Gani Fahimi in this country? In that country, arrested him live, and they will put him in incarceration for a very long time. So we just woke up because now Ejimako has been said, then it now is another law applying to it. Where do we get all these victims? Where do we bring all this mentality? And it's so unfortunate that we are transferring all these things even to the younger generation that are just coming up. People that are just uninformed, people that we own the duty to inform them properly. This Nnamdi Kanu that you people so is because he's Nnamdi Kanu. So even his lawyer Maxwell Okpara and Ejimako, I don't really rate them much. They will be coming out from the court and addressing press, and they will be peddling the same thing. So is the law, the reason why he's still there is because he's a Igbo man, and that is why he's this and that. And I listened to that man also saying that the entire prosecution counsel then and then the entire team of federal government, they are Yorubas, the judge say Yoruba, the president say Yoruba, what kind of, then have you even tried to look at the council that the team that Kanu himself put up? All Ibos. Sack Osekume, sack all those ones out of it. And then you have Kanu Agabi, you have Fikpeazu and all those guys, Maxwell Okpara and all that, Jimako. So somebody should also flip it on the other side. Why do we like raising things like this? Professionals are doing their job again, then all of a sudden we bring their tribe into it. And this is a senator that is meant to be in the National Assembly, making law for the entirety of the country. See the kind of mentality is carrying all everywhere around. I just pity us in that country. And sometimes I wonder and I question what kind of education do we even really have. So we were in that same country when Modupe Onitiri Abiola was doing a nonsense thing in Ibadan. See what happened to her. They declare wanted immediately. Sheyi Makinde demolish our property, demolish the whole property that used to do that rubbish broadcast, demolish the whole thing, and they arrested all those gang that he put together. And I think they've even jailed them, sentenced all of them. So should the Yorubas now say, hey, it's because he's only Tiri, therefore they chase that woman? I'm not sure that woman, they are still tracing that woman around. They will arrest that woman one day. She can't enter anywhere in the Southwest. If you enter, nowhere to hide, because everybody detested what she did. But here is Kanu Nnamdi Kanu will find a way to explain. I was listening to a man was in one breath, in one side of his mouth, he said, "Oh, I don't really support him." In another breath, he said he did not commit any crime. In one breath, you are saying, "Oh, he should be released because after all, they are releasing bandits in the north." So that's the way we want to run a country, and we stay in the Western world where there's sanity. I mean, and sometimes we have this way of explaining, "Oh, he's been on trial." That's a big fat lie. Kanu has not been standing trial for 7 or 8 years or whatever they like calling. I've tried to explain it here before. I know not everybody cares to know the truth, but they are all there, and we should not forget that we live in internet world. Whatever lies you tell the coming generation, they find out what is exactly the truth for those ones who want to. This guy jumped for how many years? Almost 4 years. They just started this guy's trial this year. This government entered when? April 2023. They just started this year, and he has been the one fighting the judge all the while. Okay, now he has sacked his team again now, and he started fumbling in court immediately after. He took one of them, Ikpeazu, to stand up and say, my lord, they will send this guy to prison. Can you give him time to prepare his defense? It's in kind of pride. Why you are not a professional, you're not a lawyer. There's no way. If you like, stay with lawyer for donkeys of years. It doesn't make you to know the law if you are not trained in it. And now, okay, he has asked for another 90 days now. That 90 days now, to whose they will still count it and say it's government that is delaying him now. If he comes on the next day now and they delay another thing, they will tell you it's government that is delayed. Can we just be truthful and be objective? And all this narrative of it is me, is that okay? In Finland now, they sentence Amepa. Do you see any noise? Do you see anybody saying it's tribalism they are playing in that place? Let it be Nigeria. Let's just flip it. And assuming Samepa was sentenced in Nigeria, they will tell you because he's Igbo man, that's why Samepa was sentenced in Nigeria. There is a law applicable to. And in that same country, our country, we've sentenced governors before. Governors, two governors. We've sentenced senators. In that same place, we've sentenced people in that our country, right? And nobody will say there's another law applying to them. But when it comes to a particular tribe, that is when we will now remember. But we will now be blind to those ones that have been sentenced because we think the narrative will not work. For me, I just think we are easy, and that's why when they say the people are highly educated in Nigeria, we know where is the Yorubas and the Ibos. They're the highly educated one. I just finished reading the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and you could see the way he was praising Nnamdi Azikiwe, although he also identified his flaws. But he praised his intellectualism. In Bandiwe, all those guys, he praised them in his book. He praised their intellectualism. And in those days, they debate, they engage based on, in fact, as a matter of fact, they were writing on the NNDP, and no, it was National Youth Movement then, NYM, which Nnamdi Azikiwe later left. Do you know what? Do you know Obafemi Awolowo was supporting an Igbo man, something Davis? Why Nnamdi Azikiwe was supporting an Ijebu man? And they were fighting. Can you imagine? They were supporting different. Okay, you're supporting somebody from my tribe, which I did not support, and then the other person is supporting somebody from the other tribe that I did not support, and they were all fighting. And Awolowo was narrating how he got to Mapo in Ibadan, and they want to lynch him. He was now wondering that, but this man is not even somebody of my tribe, but I believe in his principles. I believe in what the man is doing, and I believe the man can. Awolowo narrated in one place where after they wanted to niche him, he now got to somewhere, I don't know, in Lagos, and then he said he swore that he told God that if that man did not win, he will withdraw from politics and he will resign from National Youth Movement, Nigerian Youth Movement. But then the man won, and then he said he was happy and continued with his political life. These were men that built our country and gave us the country we have today. But when we come out with all these narrative of they hate us, they don't like us, and people don't fast check, and unfortunately we are breeding zombies, the coming generation, who the best way they get their own history is from Twitter or few paragraphs. They won't even go to check academic journals and read history book. So what are we handing over to them? I just want to implore our people, particularly the top two tribes who call themselves elites in Nigeria. Can we just take it easy? Can we just calm down on these wrong and hypocritical narratives that we know ourselves that's hypocritical? Nnamdi Kanu is answering, facing trial for offenses that are clear. Everything is online. 5 major counts. The last time I was here, I read out his 5 major counts. But they will so be blind to it. They won't even go there. What's the difference between Dumodupe Onitiri, who broadcasted that he's taking over your state, and Nnamdi Kanu, who set up ESN and broadcasted his own independence of his people? What's the difference? There's no difference. So when they demolished that person's house and they went after her, and they sentenced everybody, that all the agents, the militia that she set up. Do you see anybody shouting? Do you see anybody making noise? No. So why should we now and sometimes when they talk about comparing DCU to bandits, sometimes I laugh. And I'm a lawyer and I know there are grades of crimes. There are grades of crime. Crime is not crime the way normal educated person will see it. No, there are grades. And that's why you have felony. That's why you have, I don't say treasonable felony. Felony is a class of offenses. That's why you have miscellaneous offenses. That's why you have different offenses. There are simple offenses too. Even in advanced country too, they have it. Some few traffic offenses, they are not as serious as murder and other cases. So when you pick, banditry, and you say, it's not the same as treasonable felony. And that is not to say I'm supporting what they said they do. They'll be negotiating and they now come to media. I know military do negotiate. After all, somebody negotiated Israel, Gaza. But coming to the media and become and displaying all those things weakens people's sanity. Somebody who have pie people, and you now bring them with media and you are now hobnobbing with them. Is that how military negotiated? Yes. So, no. Yes. But to now use that as an example that we like throwing, and then so Namkan should be released because they are releasing banditry. Then we should be running a very chaotic system, and then we should be releasing everybody. I've even heard some saying because after all they are releasing Sandra Uki, the husband, and all that. So Namkan should be. What a joke! We like joking too much in that country. Well, to conclude, for me, as much as you can do on this platform, we will do it to try to correct all these narratives. They are wrong narratives that you have different laws, one applicable when it comes to an Igbo one. It's a big fat lie. If you go to Abuja there, you see a lot of Igbo people practicing, lawyers that don't even care about these cases. All those mass crowd that are making noise everywhere and around. Some lawyers don't care about them. And they're Igbo lawyers. We have so many of them in Abuja practicing everywhere. In fact, I can tell you categorically that the Nigerian Bar Association Abuja branch is owned by the Ibos in Abuja. Afa Musuge, who is presently our president national, was one time chairman of that particular branch, and it has been more like the Ibos holding that particular branch. But do you see anybody shouting, no, life moves on, let it flip on the other side? Why all this narrative when it now flip, and we all of a sudden just wake up and think we are the only one in Nigeria? And finally, Nigeria is not only about Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa Fulani. We should bury this nonsense mentality. There are 300 plus tribes in Nigeria, and they matters too. So we should stop this our victim mentality of we think it's only about us. I remember during Jonathan's day, same thing I used to tell my people. They said, Jonathan abandoned us. Jonathan used us, and then you should shut up. We are not the only one in Nigeria. Can you say Jonathan abandon you? The little he has given you is giving you. So go and play your politics and get back to the center. Simple. And yes, they play their politics through Tinubu and they go back to the center. Fine for them. But does he put money in my account? No. Does he? So please, just my own understanding of the thing and my own narrative. Thank you, everyone.
When can I ask you a question? Just a minute or last, please, if you don't mind. Just a second. Yeah,
ahead.
thank you very much. Oh, good submission. Do I agree with you everything you said? Not quite, but you make a very good point. So this is what I love. We can have a conversation, disagree or agree without name calling. Fabulous, Ogbeni. I respect you on this. It's not that I respect you all the time, but this is my question. I want you to answer me yes or no. We know how Nnamdi Kanu was brought in this country. Usually a lawyer, give your own submission. No sentiment, please. Can you differentiate? We know how Nnamdi Kanu was brought here. He said, can you differentiate the different? And we know that Nnamdi Kanu is a fugitive. So let's make that clear. Lawful extraordinary. Lawful extradition and abduction versus abduction or extraordinary rendition. In the international law, from my own research, abduction and extraordinary rendition is illegal, and I can give you many, many cases to back up what I'm saying. So this is what the second part I mentioned is how Nnamdi Kanu was brought. He wasn't brought up in the first place, the lawful extradition. No, he was brought up by abduction and extraordinary rendition. So why is that legal when it's against the international law? Thank you.
Okay, so the answer is that the way Nnamdi Kanu was brought into the country is illegal. It's not just illegal in the eyes of the law. It's not, that's our national law. It's not just illegal in the eyes of the international law. It's also illegal in the sight of judicial case law, because the Supreme Court, and I urge everybody to go and read that, Nigerian Weekly Law Report, part 1949. That is where they reported Federal Republic of Nigeria against Nnamdi Kanu. You can just go and check it up. If you have lawyers who are friends, send them to send it to you. Just 30 minutes we read and get informed. So in that case, and that was the case where when Court of Appeal freed him, because I've seen them, throwing that case of Court of Appeal to everybody. They won't tell you of Supreme Court, and it's disingenuous as far as I'm concerned. Court of Appeal freed him and struck out all the cases and said, you've extradited this guy and rendited this guy back to Nigeria illegally. Therefore, everything you are doing there is illegal. But the federal government of Nigeria further appealed to Supreme Court. Supreme Court reversed the decision of Court of Appeal, but they retained some. They didn't reverse the entire thing. First, they took the issue of illegality and said, yes, every charade that you did to bring this guy, very legal. Because ordinarily, this guy was not within your territory. Even if he jumped bail in Nigeria, that's a national issue. Once you cross your border to another person's place, there's a process you must follow. And there's a reason for all these laws. There's a reason. It's international law. It's born out of experience over years, that you don't just go and come and abduct somebody and just bring it to your country in a guerrilla, manner. So they condemn it. All right. But they now went ahead beyond that. And that is the hypocrisy I keep seeing in many lawyers, particularly. I don't blame the educated ones. I blame the learned ones who are colleagues. The Supreme Court went further and said, even though in fact, they said it's illegal and they said it should be compensated, and they mentioned the compensation. But they now went further to say, look, the case, all this rendition we are talking about, we not affect his trial, and the other go back and face your trial. So it's simple.
Ogbeni, sorry, let me ask you this. Sorry. So do they now want him to be returned back to Kenya and then he should be free like that? Is that what they're asking for?
That's what many of them are saying. If you listen to all his lawyers, all of them, that's what they are saying. He said, because even himself, that's what he said also in court. Because you have brought me back here illegally, take me back. And I said, who does that? In fact, the Supreme Court said, when the Supreme Court look at it, because yes, they cited some case law, but they were not Nigerian case law. They cited one case law from South Africa and one from Kenya. Supreme Court said those cases are not binding on us. We're a sovereign nation. And that this is the policy judgment for us as we are taking our stance that we depart from the decision in those cases. And the Supreme Court said, this is our own law here. And they render their law. Which is part 19. I'll try to go and find a way to download it again. I know that it's not free online, it's subscribed, and then send it to one man. Maybe some of you that has your number, I can send it to you. If you have time, just read. So because they go and face your trial. Okay, now he has sacked all those lawyers that suffered for him, went to Supreme Court and others back. You have sacked them now. You want to undo your own trial in a capital offense that the offense, your penalty is death penalty. Is that how you undo cases? Yeah, I know that it's going through a lot there. Yes, you'll be going through a lot, but you have to calm down. And I've handled a lot of criminal matters. Some they convicted, some I was able to free. That's how criminal matters are. Do you know how many criminal matters that is going on in Nigeria per day? We think it's only Nnamdi Kanu. It's not about Nnamdi Kanu. People have been tried every day. Those politicians are still facing labelle. They are facing their trial. And the day they convict them is when we will know. So that is it. One of it. They brought him illegally.
I'm gonna put you on the spot. I'm gonna put you on the spot again. Let me one more point. You make a point earlier, because you have made some point here. So I wanted to get your own point of view. You try to differentiate from crime of the bandits and the terrorists, and you try to categorize which one is more, which one is worse. I mean, we know Nnamdi Kanu was, it's a treason felony. But the terrorists, committing crime, killing, more people, in my own opinion, than what Nnamdi, you may call it Nnamdi Kanu, whether he perpetuated it or whatever, both of them are capital punishment. That's what I read. Like I said, when I make a statement, I will put a caveat. I'm not a lawyer, but I do read to what interests me, not everything. So how can you come here and make a categorical statement that the severity of Nnamdi Kanu crime is worse than, if I don't want to put word in your mouth. That's what you say, right? It's worse than the bandit and terrorism. You try to, try to implicate it by saying that, we shouldn't making that comparison. Give me your point on that.
Okay, so I made my point. So this is my point. I said in the sight of educated people, this may sound appalling, but it is not to an average lawyer who wants to be very truthful to his profession and loyal to his profession, that crimes are not crime. And in court, we don't compare two crimes. We don't say because it's applicable to this, therefore this. No. When it comes to crime, you can compare civil matters, fine, because it's just ended in compensation. But in terms of crime, you look at peculiarity of each case. Now, and I said they are in categories. Now, terrorism act is not the same thing as murder. Murder is not the same thing as banditry. Banditry is not the same thing as when a group has been declared as a terrorist group and you're a member and you're leading that group. So let's start with that. First, Nnamdi Kanu is heading IPOB. IPOB has declared a terrorist organization, whether we accept or not. That is what the point is now. That's the fact, and that is the law. And for you to head and be a member of a group that has been adjudged by a law court as a terrorist organization, put you in the bracket of offense of terrorism. That's the highest offense in the world as we speak today. Sorry, rank after genocide. Rank after genocide. That's the highest. Terrorism act. All right. Now, the next thing is this. Apart from that, you set up a militia against your country to compromise the sovereignty of your country. Yes, in one way, if you go to human rights, the human rights advocate will tell you no, it's self-determination. So where do you draw the line? It's always a problem in international law. Where do I draw the line between self-determination and when I'm compromising the sovereignty and integrity of my country? Now, where Kanu crossed the line was when he set up ESN and you put guns in their hand and they were wielding that gun and media are showing them in numbers. That is that you have put a war against your country. So they have every right to war against you. That's the point. Nobody will go and do that in the US now, and you just set up your own militia, and you want Trump to now fold his hand and be looking at you. No, he's going to send bomber and all these things to that place to go and pick you, and then get rid of your guys. So let's pick those two alone. There are a lot of other kinds. So here you have terrorism and you have treasonable felony. That's you want to take over the government of your country. You're compromising and undermining the government. When you compare it in the ranking of the law, you won't compare it with somebody who is in that bush and is collecting ransom by picking people. That is kidnapping. All right, that's kidnapping. That's not terrorism. That's not treasonable felony. But in the sight of normal citizens, educated persons, we see it generally as crime is crime. After all, what they are doing also, they are killing people too. Yes, I agree with you. But legally speaking is what I'm saying. There are ranks to it. Murder is not manslaughter, but somebody died in both. So somebody who commit murder with intention. I think that's the way they put it in first degree murder. What do you put in the US? I don't really know US law. So somebody who commit murder in Nigeria, who commit murder with intention is murder. Somebody who commit murder with that intention, for instance, somebody who is driving and maybe was just reckless and hit somebody and the person died. That's manslaughter in our own law. So you won't say because they released the man who committed the manslaughter, therefore they should release the man that committed murder. They are two different things. And finally, on that your point, you see, I'm not doing this comparison because I know that there are many bandits that have been killed. Ribado has reeled out so many names and everything for us. Many have been killed. And so sometimes that's why I said, for them to be negotiating in the open media, it's what I blame. But to say military draw this negotiation, they do it everywhere in the world. But to now bring it is a stab on the face of the victim and even Nigeria as a whole to us. That's the way I see it. But to now say, to now paint it as if they don't kill and they don't try, they don't jail those ones that are bandits, they don't go after them, therefore come on, don't go after them. I think it's disingenuous because they are really going after them too. We all see it. The only thing is it's not yielding the final result that we all deserve, which is to have peace in our country. That's the final result we all deserve. But is it that they are not there? They are not doing. So they can't abandon the Igbo land too and say somebody set up ESN and everything. Therefore, we should not pick that person. We can't do that. If I'm the president, I won't do that too because I'm father of all. So if somebody is doing his own in the north, I'll pick you. If another person is doing his own in the south, I'll pick you. Onitiri did his own in Ibadan. You got your judgment. So we can't now say, this is my thief, this is your thief. Keep your own thief. Let me have my own thief. And I know, things like that may play out among the service chiefs and all of that. They settle on criminal. A lot of things happen in the military, this thing. But by and large, I think we have one country to run. And my own is that we should allow that country to breathe. All this, our tribal reading and narrative into things is just getting too much. We will collapse that country on our head one day. Thank you.
But let me challenge you one more. I mean, let me make this point about the double stand. This is going to be my last stance. I'm just glad I have a Obele here, to counteract it. Please, people, please bear with me 1 more minute. People have perceived this as a double standard. And why do they? Let's speak about it from morality, practical point of view. If you look at the bandit and the soldiers, they have caused more immeasurable human suffering. Thousands dead, whole village wiped out, school closed, massive, displacement. But Kanu case is, political and symbolic. I know there's a violent connection in reference to the IPOB, which is regional limited. Morally and practically, bandit and jihadists has caused more devastating harm, to Nigeria as a whole. You can't argue that fact. So what is the controversy? Why are you comparing that? Because it's incomparable. The bandit and the Boko Haram, what they have done, thousands of people, being killed, and you are granting them amnesty, and rehabilitating them. Why is Nnamdi Kanu own different? You see how people perceive it as a double standard, and I myself, I lean towards that. I'm not gonna, I won't miss word, Yeah, I lean towards as a double standard in that regard.
So, man of prestige, I will first rely on all what I've said before, and then add one or two other things to answer that question. See, people may want to perceive it that way, and I ask them, why do you just go on amnesia on this? And that's the point I just made now. They paint Kanu as if, Kanu was just a troublemaker that they pick. But we know that's a lie. We know that's not true. We know what Kanu boys were doing under his authority. We know how they undermine government. We know how they kill people. People come out and testify as to how they kill them. You want to go to your own market, you can't go because you must all bow to this thing. And federal government has accused them severally of all those raids on prison and all those government institutions in the southeast, though they've come out to deny that. But we all saw them waiting on and then having more like the militia, their own group. Fine. Now, you want to pick it and say, okay, but let's compare this thing to the other side, which is more of bandit. Now, sometimes what we do most time is that we mix banditry plus Boko Haram plus all of them. We just mix them up. Once somebody mentioned banditry now, they just say Boko Haram, they just pick everything up. I don't blame most Southerners because many Southerners are not even exposed to what North is. That's what I've seen. Many Southerners are not really exposed to what North is. You ask some of them, Nasarawa, they think it's Hausa Fulani, that's Nasarawa land. Go to Benin, go to Gombe, go to Plateau, go to Niger, go to Kogi. Those you just call them North, but they are not. They are not the way you see them. No. So now, when you pick what is happening in the Northwest, for instance, which they've been decimating them for numbers of years. In fact, the way they were killing those guys in the Northwest, if that had happened in Igbo land, in fact, everybody will be out now and be shouting, it's genocide, another Biafra has come. The way they were killing those guys. Same thing with Boko Haram, the way they decimated those guys. People will be out by now in the Southeast and be shouting and tell us that, they've come to, genocide has come back to their land. But we all kept quiet back then. They kept pushing, everybody pushing, they push, government push, they push. And we all hope that we'll have government that will have that strong will to end this thing once and for all. But to now start comparing the war they're actually fighting in that place with more or less no war, but self-inflicted one in the Southeast. I see it as self-inflicted, and I still keep saying it. It's self-inflicted. There's no banditry in the Southeast. Southeast used to be the most peaceful corner in Nigeria when you remove Lagos before. It's a place you go to, you enter your normal farm, everybody in their village do their own thing. But it's self-inflicted. A man
wait, you Ogbeni, peaceful than Southwest?
Southeast, yes, at a point in time. If you go and check statistical.
Peaceful than Southwest? Okay, anyway, continue. I know agree.
Okay. Let me give you. I'll try to look for some statistics. Baba
Again, what time? Yes. When was that?
Okay, so you see, during Abacha days, when Southwest was troubled, and there were a lot of criminalities going on in the Southwest, killing people, picking people, a lot of things going on. Southeast will remain peaceful, and that was when Baba Falola wrote that book. I will still look for that book. I have it here. He wrote that book about why we should allow things to rest in Southwest. Now, Bafala refer again to the Awolowo's time, that there were a lot of troubles in Awolowo's days, down to 80s during wet year, down to 60s in the wet year, down to Omobori crisis. And he said our land, particularly the interland in Southwest, has always been troubled, particularly with political issues and all this.
Political, I agree with you on political.
Political. But when you cross to the southeast, you only see it very peaceful back then. So it's from that perspective I'm coming from.
I think when I think they usually have a unified purpose when it comes to politics in the southeast.
Yeah.
Then the southwest were always divided.
Yes, now Simba, see the way see the way Asikwe. If you read this guy, Africa is not a country, written by Deep of Aloyin, you see it. See the way this guy now, Nnamdi Azikiwe went back home and they embraced him and he became their premier. That will not happen. That will not happen in Southwest now. You just come from your Port Harcourt, you are coming. Because he just came from Lagos, or because from America, he landed in Lagos. He was part of Abbott Macaulay, then NYN. Then when they now push him out from they play tribal politics against him in Ibadan and all those things. He went back home and they embraced him, and then he became
that was when he lost as a premier of Western Region.
Yeah, of Western Region. When they formed coalition against him. You know,
the People's Party now.
Yeah, that Ibadan. Okay, you should know that history very well. The man mentioned it. And they just embrace him. So that man that wrote that book said, you won't see that in Southwest. That somebody will just come, maybe you just be living your political life in Port Harcourt and you just arrive because you are Yoruba man. Somebody will embrace you. Never. So it's been very peaceful when you compare to other lands in our space, until this man came with his Ojukwu first came with his own trouble of we must go by all means. Now, you see, I won't blame. I used to blame Ojukwu because I read a lot of books on Biafra, the one by Alexander Madibo, Frederick Fawcett, all those guys. I've read all those books.
Sorry, Ben. Yeah. Why are the Southeasterners not looking at Ojukwu as one of their problems?
Oh, so now I won't blame I won't blame Ojukwu as much as I will blame Nnamdi Kanu. Ojukwu had a reason to hold on to. Although from all I've reading so far, I realized that they all fought that thing because of oil. Those guys are bastard. All those our leaders back then that fought those oil, they are all bastard. They did not tell us the truth. As far as I'm concerned, from what I read so far, they are just fighting on oil. Oil. Those bastards are fighting on oil. So, but while they're fighting on oil, and that's why Alabi Sama in his book, The Tragedy of Victory, was wondering immediately after this thing, why is it that the first thing you guys started doing is to be giving yourself oil block? And you now hedge somehow that actually fought in the war, but because you don't like their face, you don't want to empower them. So you all fought on this oil now?
No, it was just because of oil, not more than that.
That's the only thing they fought for that war. Not tribal, not that.
It's not because of oil. It's not because of oil that Ojukwu also prevented Adakaboro, Niger Delta something to leave.
No, see.
Yeah, Adakaboro was actually trying to strike a deal with the federal government of Nigeria.
No. They wanted to succeed. He prevented them. Yes.
See my reason. Go and read this guy, Tony Amedi, the other side of Biafra. See, this is my reasoning. Adakaboro was genuine in his cause. Why? Because you see, when the Portuguese and those English came to the country, they entered the Niger Delta Creek. They signed treaties with all of them. All those Niger Bonny Island, each of those lands, they signed treaty with them, written treaty. So when we were about to get independence, go and check the manuscript of that conference they went for in 1956. That's when you will get what Adakaboro was really saying. And then read that his book, 12-Day War or something like that. You see that treaty they signed with them when we were about to get
the 12-Day War was fought by Ojukwu and
yes, Ojukwu against Adakaboro. So see, the point was that when we were about to get independence, when we went for that conference, I've forgotten this man from South who was there. What that guy was saying, what that guy presented before the Ibos were to protect the minority, and he said, since we surrender ourselves to you by treaty, now that you guys are going back, take us back to what we were before. We don't want to come to Nigeria because we believe the majority tribe will override us. You need to go and read that manuscript. I'm telling you, before our independence, Niger Delta has been fighting and said this treaty, if it's no longer happening, then we should return to our own traditional system and just allow us within our region. But they agreed with them. And that is why if you go and check our 1960 constitution, that independence constitution, you realize that the resource control that you see they are fighting for presently was actually in that constitution. Now, so, and there's a book I read that said they have even discovered
it's not really resource control that was there. It was derivation.
Is the sharing. And,
sharing formula, yes.
And the 13 you are giving them now, yes, the 13 you are giving them now was about 40 something back then.
No, it's 50. 50, 30, 20.
God
50, 30, 20.
In fact, Timba, you know this is more than I do. But this is where I'm going. This is where I'm going. So, you see.
Oh, he has tried his summer, Alabi summer now. That's why he's just
okay. So, this is where I'm going. You see that time when they said, okay, we will live and everything. You see, the Adakaboro guy, I read a book that said they've discovered in Nigeria, the Germans were the first to discover it in Nigeria, and they've discovered that since, but they were translating it in black market. But the leaders were aware. Okay, the leaders were aware. Now, it was Adakaboro to Jaujukusi. Oil, we get oil for this place. So now, before independence, they've been tapping it, but the English must not know about it because they are running Nigeria by way of English charter. So if they know about it, they will add it to the national economic grid.
You know, Ogbeni, that was the reason they conspire and first of all slash away Midwest from a southwest region, western region. You understand? So they've always had this plan, but people think, and that's the narrative about the leaders today. You would think they are representing you, but they were actually representing themselves.
I agree completely.
Continue, sir.
And that's what I've seen. Then I asked a question because I read those. I read there's one Biafra in the news by one Derek, something like that. When I was reading that book, and he mentioned something, he said, just 3 months into the war, Ojukwu wrote a letter to Shell that Shell is already owing him 1.something million pounds. I said, what money is this? And I went into Congress Library Archive to go and see what money was Ojukwu really.
All the war against Adakabo.
No. That our Biafra war. Our Biafra war. Few months into the war, Ojukwu wrote Shell to ask for 1.something million pounds that they're already owing them as royalty to Biafra Republic. Which royalty? I now went to go and check that is oil. So you will be wondering that, okay, just 3 months into war, then that means you were aware of this thing before going into war, and that could be the motivation. Because if you are still settling down for war and you are in the heat of war, you shouldn't be talking about these things, you know. But you start talking about that means that could be the main reason why you guys were fighting in the start, and you're not telling anybody. You are telling us is the law for.
Ogbeni, let me tell you this before I will allow you to proceed. You know, when cocoa was the dominant source of foreign exchange for Nigeria, the Awolowo group, they were asking for this 50-30 sharing derivative. The eastern and the eastern region were against it. But immediately they struck oil. Then they now said, okay, they wanted it.
I would like to know, to have that
yes,
one.
Yes, now it was the western region that actually asked for that first. But they were against it. They said, no, it should be based on the need, that the sharing formula should be based on the need of each region. You understand? But being that majority of the source of the Nigerian source of foreign exchange come from the western region that time, so they wanted it to be shared based on the need. But immediately they struck oil in the eastern region, then they changed. They were not fighting over the derivatives.
You see our leaders, and that's why sometimes
if you look at it, do you know why Ojukwu did not want the minority to leave? Because majority of the wealth of the eastern region that time were actually from the minority. Both agriculture, oil, anything you mentioned is actually from the minority.
Of course, and he also needs the coastal area too. because that's where your navy will be resting. So if you don't have a
Palm
coastal,
oil is
it will be
actually
a
from
problem
the
for you.
Cross River and the Akwa Ibos of today.
So well, that's my own. So my own is that you believe the leaders and perish if you like, both mentally and physically. You just perish yourself. Read, know your history, know where you're coming from. If somebody tell you they are treating your tribe differently in a country, try to find out, fast check. Don't just follow like zombie. And then the Bible said, when you know the truth shall set you free. Thank you, guys.
Let's make a fact check. Simbad, what you said is incorrect. What's the percentage you presented?
Percentage of what?
Of the sharing formula, when cocoa was the dominant resources at that particular time between 19, I think it was the early, between
Western
50
region
to
was
60.
asking for 50, 30, 20.
Okay, what was the stipulated formula at that time, from your own opinion?
What do you mean by stipulated formula?
What was the sharing formula at that time when cocoa was the dominant resources in Nigeria? What did you say was the sharing resources? Sharing formula.
Then it was under the colonial master.
Yeah, what was it? Because I believe you put it about 30% or 20%, which is incorrect from my own finding. What was?
I said they were asking for it. I didn't say that is what they were using. I said that was what the Western region was asking for, but they were not giving.
What do you mean they were not giving? It was based on 45%. And the palm produce. The palm produce was hold on. The palm produce was 20%. The granite, which are mainly from the north, was about 30%. I just want to correct you. I don't know where you got your own figure from, but let's move on.
Because you don't even know the meaning of the 50-30 that I said.
What did you say about? Okay. What did you say? Correct yourself.
And it's you that you asked for.
No. This is a one-man platform, okay? We have to challenge about.
Not about correction.
We have to challenge about opinion. That's why we are here.
Now, the 50 they were asking for is that whatever money they make, they will retain 50% of it. Then they will put 30 into the national level where everybody will share 30%. Then the 20% will be what they actually retain by the national, the federal level for either for police, for custom, for the military.
Okay, let's leave it at that one. But
Man of prestige.
What? Is that not why we are here?
All of us, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So you said earlier that in one of my in my comment that I said that Nnamdi Kanu does not represent the interest of Southeast.
I called you out for that. Yeah, I called your name. So I challenge you.
My statement stand. Nnamdi Kanu, in as much as today he has an online champions and the rest, he does not and anytime represent the interest of Southeast. And I'll tell you this. I have interest in Southeast. Why? Because Southeast is part of Nigeria, and I'm also a stakeholder in Nigeria project. So if Southeast is peaceful today, I also tend to benefit from it. And if it's not the way it is right now, I'm also going to be affected. Either way. So I'm a stakeholder. That's why I'm interested. And Nnamdi Kanu, in as much as he has a lot of supporters today, what he's doing is even more than a con job. It's a scam. Because this IPOB of a thing, he has turned it into an enterprise. Remember one time when he went to, I believe it was Germany or United States, I can't remember. That was when he was soliciting for funding for procurement of ammunition. And that attracted a lot of criticism at that time because people felt that, look, even though you are agitating for the independence of your people or the southeastern region, it shouldn't be through um, uh, guns and all that. But that idea then, when it was, came on in the media, it attracted a lot of condemnation. The reason being is because that was the most deranged, or should I say, even people
before him who had advocated for this same cause. They never at any time, advocate for violence. But this guy came on the scene and saying, "Look, give me money." And today, this guy live large on every little donation here and there that he collected. And now you want to tell me that he's advocating on behalf or is having interest of Southeastern people at heart? No, because if he does, he will find time to be at the round table, even for with those perceived as enemy. I mean, Ojukwu at a point had a round table with Gowon at Aburu in Ghana before their plan didn't fall through. So, whichever way, at least sometimes you have a sit down with your enemy, you talk it out. But now you're looking for political solution, but at the same time, what you've said in the past and your current behavior actually betray, what you're asking for, because you can't be sending his what you call them, uh, minions to the media to be touting the same messages, and then you are asking government to throw out the case. You have a case to answer. First of all, you jump it. I don't care how you get bundled back into Nigeria. That's a different case entirely. The fact that you jump it, and yet all those things you've said, all those things people you've directed. There's no way EPA can be convicted and Nanda can claim to be innocent. There's no way. Like I said earlier, in the Senate crime, you will have him being behind bars long time ago and keep being thrown into like. But of course, this is Nigeria. Everybody wants to claim to be victimized. It's unfortunate. Yes, I do have a stake in the Southeast, and I also believe that Nnamdi Kanu does not represent the large interests of the Southeastern people. It doesn't. It does not at all. Yes, they would dance with his son because right now it's being perceived or seen as an hero, but he's not. He's not an hero at all. Because there's no way you can tell me that you have an interest of your people and you make life hell for them. You alienate them from the larger society they belong to. Now Southeastern is being pushed aside. Even politically, they are being pushed aside because there's no way you would discuss the Southeastern politics without making reference to what is happening there. The IPOB and what do you call them? The other operative there, the way they are being turn the entire place upside down. You cannot run away from it. It's unfortunate. So let him be serious for once. Let him get serious with this case. No matter how it ends, then seek for government pardon. That's it. That's it. Other than that, he's just a shadow.
Let me respond to you for a minute. In reference to what you said, you didn't put it in this context because when you made your statement, I understand the way the way you put it right now. It's more understandable to me. You narrow it to the Southeast. Then my response was, I didn't say me. I said some people feel like that. You can't really tell them how they feel. So that was my angle I'm coming from. But having said that, when you made some comment in reference to Southeast being peaceful, but he went back way, during that Wollowo time or something like that, I'm not at that time, so I won't comment on that time. I'm not too much in political subject at that time. But anyway, having said that, even before Nnamdi Kanu, like I said, I'm never a supporter of Nnamdi Kanu, the methodology, but I'm just talking about justice for one is justice for all right now, where we are right now. But talking about the South is being peaceful before. Of recent, like I own a business, I own a hospitality business, in where even some Port Harcourt too. South used to be very peaceful. Owerri used to be, which is where I'm from exactly, not just Imo, okay? Owerri used to be, where everybody come, even people from Lagos at the
Up
weekend.
to where?
But let me land. The point I'm trying to make is that
I won't let you land, though, because
Nnamdi
I know
Kanu,
why they talk.
Nnamdi Kanu, the coming of Nnamdi Kanu inception, Nnamdi Kanu started what was the deterioration of the Southeast. So I'm gonna call it how I say it, because I know one can.
Comparable facts. That Owerri you said now real serious place. There'll be the place where we say by the time they were moving cars those days, you will see more than 50 vehicles, packed with soldiers, some personnel carrier. Will be
Did
moving
you
money.
even hear what I said? You didn't even let me land. I
It's not
said
even Kanu. Right from the day I was in the band, that place, oh my goodness. Robbery in
Owerri.
that place,
You know
All
what?
those things they watch for movie now.
You know what? You need to, Ola, you need to
From
stay
that
in
to
London.
where
You
the
need to stay.
airport.
You need to stay in Canada because
Hey.
you don't know anything about what's happening in Nigeria.
No. I said when I was working in the bank in Nigeria, Baba, I know exactly what I'm saying. You see, make people.
So are you telling me that Owerri is
you understand? I understand.
Owerri itself? Where we have the hotel capital of Nigeria, per square.
There was a
They
time
even have more. Hold on. They even have more hotel per square feet than Lagos at that particular time. Okay, it's known for his hotel. Come on, what are you talking about?
There was a time. There was a time that they closed Port Harcourt Airport.
Are you talking about right now or before? What are you before Nnamdi Kanu came in?
I'm talking of 2007, 2008. Oh my goodness!
So what's your point? What's your point?
Premier could never witness the kind of robbery for that Owerri side between 2008 and 2009.
What rubbish? Crime? Are you talking about violent crime? Criminal? What are you talking about?
Robbery, crime. You see me that they carry payloader, they wait for bullion van. Car sala. See, I don't know. Where were you in that 2007, 2008, 2009? Oh boy, no go there.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna let it stay. Let more rational and reasonable people.
Let me tell you
what I'm saying because
let me tell you what problem is that time.
To dispense. You just come here to dispense what I'm saying without any kind of empirical data to back up your nonsense.
Who told you? I said while I was in the bank. You see, whenever I see,
there's crime everywhere. The crime you just said it was perpetrated in every part of Nigeria. But I'm talking about Owerri.
Now what class?
Man, Ola, hold on. The point I'm trying to make is that Owerri used to be the most peaceful within the southeast until the inception of Nnamdi Kanu. Or, when we started talking about, when we decided to mobilize the southeast, that's where all these problems, the building and the Eastern Security Network, then southeast deteriorate. Even at all, Imo is the epicenter of, whatever they have, the trouble the southeast having right now. Or low oasis and everything right now is terrible. It's a no-go zone. But I'm talking about the inception. I'm trying to make a point, and you're pivoting to some nonsense or shenanigan narrative, which is not necessary at this point.
It is not nonsense. So, see, let me tell you one thing. I understand what you are saying. There's a different. Kanu has its own peculiar type of crime. But those days you said Owerri was peaceful too, they are their own peculiar.
Okay, why was Owerri regarded as the hospitality, hub of, in Nigeria, period, particularly in the south, not just in the south, in the eastern part of Nigeria? Why? If they're so ridden with crime, like you here propagating.
If you have crime, let's say 60% rate in the entire region, and maybe the crime in Owerri is just like 49%, they will still tell you that okay, is the most peaceful.
There's crime everywhere, lad. Stop trying to make me look bad. That's what you're doing, okay?
But as you were saying, I think the place was like a paradise. I was like,
I never said that, but I'm just saying it's not for hospitality. That's what I say. I build business over there. I know how it is right now. It's almost about 50% less.
Okay, can we move on? Please, guys? Can we move on? Please?
Okay, hold on. Let's hear from Ogbeni.
Okay, I just want to say something on that, whether a place is peaceful or not and all that. I mean, it's true that crime cannot, we can't have zero crime in any society. But relatively, from what I read from that Baba Farola's book, Southeast has always been a very peaceful area. I think in terms of them organizing themselves, having a political front many times, and then also find a way to settle their own issue within themselves. And they have, just like Southwest has a very rich culture too, but they have a kind of way they make peace from Baba's book, which I agree. Because when you look at even Southwest, where I grew up in Ekiti, back in the days of military, 70s to 80s and others were my own, younger youth age when I grew up. And relatively, we can say we enjoy peace, but I can't really say it boldly that we enjoy peace in my place, because I can recall back then now, like what Ola is just saying now about robbery and all these things. Yeah, back then they happened everywhere. Not even only robberies, not even only bank robbery now. I can't recall a day in our house back then in Ado where you will sleep with all two eyes closed. I remember my dad used to join vigilante. I can't recall a street without their own landlord association that has their own standby vigilante back then. And who were the one disturbing them? No Fulanis now. So it's dynamic of crime just changing. They were not Fulanis. They were the Omonilu, they were the people, the children of the soil that were disturbing everybody back then now. They will enter your house. Sometimes they even kill. Same with Lagos.
Where they call it mortar pestle that they go use pestle to break your wall.
Break your wall, enter. Sometimes I remember back in Lagos before 1999, they will even write a letter to a whole street that they are coming. They will write a letter, they will tell them they will come, and they will come.
In the early 90s, all those cocoa merchants were the target. And
yes.
the annoying is this: they will not only take their money, they will pie them along the line. It was serious. And they started breaking Oro out.
Yeah, I remember back then.
Ola, please, I need to say this. We have monopolized the space. I mean, I would like to talk all day. I have so many to talk, but we have some other people that are there. Simbad, Kenny, Prince Daddy, Chupu, you know, I mean, I'm going to hear their own opinion.
No. Let me tell you, those people will not keep quiet if they want to talk. You understand? Okay. I know that Prince Daddy is so gentle. I know. But
I want to talk.
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear you. Because I was about to ask Ogbeni some questions about all those bandits. Our approach. Okay. I don't like the approach to those bandits.
Engage Ogbeni, I'll talk. Engage Ogbeni, I enjoy him.
Okay, Ogbeni, you see the way we are handling these bandits and all these things. I've been asking all these questions because that was why I made the narrative the other time. You remember the narrative, the Cobra effect, all those stuff. Yeah. Are you not seeing this, our government encouraging criminality, especially in the northern part of that country? Because this thing is becoming more of economic value. I have some information, but I don't want to say publicly, maybe when we go to the bar, because this fight against terrorism and this banditry is like the economic value attached to it, not even to the bandits alone. You understand? Even to those people at the forefront. That's why I'm saying I make careful. I don't want to talk publicly, just because someone told me something. So
call names. Don't be shy.
No. See, let me tell you one thing. I don't want to commit any crime offense. So I'm not such a person that will just come online and just talk carelessly. So the fact that someone told me does not mean I totally trust the person. So I can say it when we go to the back end, but not A. So now, are you not seeing this thing that this thing is now more of economic value? The Cobra effect I gave the other time, that including the soldiers at the forefront, I'm not even talking of the leaders that benefit massively now. Do you think they want this thing to stop? Because I want to believe there are allowances to going to fight all those than the normal soldiers that stay back in the barracks. So what do you think? What do you think is the fear of these our leaders?
Well, to start with, I'm not an expert in armories and military strategy and all that. But one thing I've seen is, I think every war has its own dynamic. Fighting banditry in the north with the northern terrain is not the same way you will fight banditry if we have any in the southern part of the country or eastern part of the country. I know that as a fact that you can't fight it the same way. What I don't know is the sincerity of our legitimate authorities that we have, the constituted authority. I still sometimes doubt their sincerity, that they really want this to end, particularly the political class.
Sorry. Ogbeni, give me 1 second, please. I sent you a DM in the private section. Please just kindly respond to that comment a statement when you're done. And by the way, I'm so proud of this platform tonight, this morning. I've thoroughly enjoyed the history lesson and robust conversation. I think this has just been a wonderful session so far, and I'm doing well just listening in the background just to say I'm proud of you guys. Good job, and Orland, Ogbeni, and Comparable Facts. I've thoroughly enjoyed the conversation so far. So please, Ogbeni, respond to the DM. Thank you, guys. Good morning.
Is it my WhatsApp?
No, on this StreamYard, I sent you something on the private.
Okay, I'll look for it.
When you're done with your statement. Thank you, guys.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll look for it.
Thanks. Yeah, continue while searching for Babatil.
Yes. So I'm not sure of the sincerity of our leaders, and I will tell you why. I remember Jonathan's days. I was a bit close to some of the some people in DSS, not the top, but these ones could give you also information. And many of them will tell you that look, and it's northeast. Now we need to differentiate between what is happening in the northeast, what is happening in north central, and what is happening in northwest.
Might be no, and also Dewali's contribution. You know, he's very sensitive. You see, I didn't mention him. So, and Dewali's sensitive. I know. So Dewali, you too as well. I love your head. Go ahead.
I think there is one Kenny that I probably really want to talk.
No. Kenny gave you the room that I should engage you with too. So that's why I'm. Why I'm.
Okay. So I'm not sure of the sincerity of our leaders, and I can tell you during Jonathan's time. I remember back then during Jonathan's time, if I ask some of them, they will tell you, "Don't worry." When he wins his second time, the one he lost in 2015, you'll see the dynamic of things will change. So that made me to believe back then that okay, sometimes they have a way of hitting this thing hard and settle it once and for all, but they are so selfish that they consider their selfish interest. That made me to know that one, that they could be very selfish about the thing. Okay, so how many people would now they kill because of your own political career? And that's why when Jonathan said my career doesn't worth blood over, I said, please stop this brother, stop this nonsense. You have insecurity people, they are paying people every day, they're shedding blood every day. You are saying you are still contesting, and you are saying forget that. You better say your political career, don't say, So, and that was then. So now, if you now fast forward it to Buhari, and that is why I never supported Buhari. I never, because I've read a lot about him. I know he was a fundamentalist, and he has never. One of the things somebody told me about Buhari is, have you ever seen Buhari in any national discourse, apart from when they are talking about he's going to maybe talk about maybe something on Islam? That's the only thing Buhari will contribute. But when it comes to national and after every election, he will go back to his village, he will come back again and go. So I never supported him. But a part of me back then when he won felt okay, because I was staying in Abuja, and Abuja was hellfire. Bombing everywhere, IGP, Union, United Nations building, Yaya bomb, blah, that one, Catholic church they're bombing everywhere, barricaded everywhere. I said, okay, maybe this man has a talisman to it, but I can't really understand Buhari's own, because Buhari knew that he would win 2019, or whether win to rig or whatever. So the strong will to now do it, I don't know where that thing go. Now, fast forward it again to Tinubu. So I felt, okay, maybe Tinubu again find himself in that selfish loop that Jonathan find himself too back then. So, okay, if I win the second time, maybe I will do something. And that's why, to answer your question straight, in all these things I've painted, is that I believe the political interest of the elites plays out in making them to be very weak in fighting all these issues in Nigeria. And that's why the only one that really threatening them, that is the one you see, they will go again, they will go after it, and they will make sure that nip it in the bud. But the one that affects us commoners, they come and they say sorry, and everybody will get going at the end of the day.
Company,
After
do
all,
you think it's
Nigerians.
only in terms of security that that kind of thing is affecting us?
No, I don't think so. I think it affects us in so many things, not only security.
Is the kind of democracy that we practice
I
is
agree.
actually hindering our security and our development, because they are using all these things as a bargaining tool. You know, because there's a lot of interest, and people that are behind it are very powerful people that they can all easily use some sentiment to sway election or the people interest away from them. So I think that is it. I think the only solution is if they change the constitution, and we don't usually have a second term, that we can get it done.
Even when they change the constitution, the elite will change the constitution now, and they still pay them again. All right.
You see something I've seen there is even the current law we have, the current constitution we have, if we the citizens still want to make this thing work, because this constitution we have, we've not even used it to its capacity. Because if we use it to its capacity, there won't be a problem. I think we citizens will help politicians to focus more on Abuja, and it makes us look like it makes everything look like the 1999 constitution is powerless. I will give an example. I was in the discussion yesterday with some group of people. So this too much focus on Abuja and why the country is not working. So I was now like telling you, they now brought this matter of road that okay, we are not feeling that this road thing is not impacting local people and all those stuff. That they should. The person was suggesting that the federal government should have suggested completing the inner road, that the inner road led to farm and all those things, blah blah blah. I was like, this is the exact problem I've been telling people. Even when we are fighting for this country to move forward, we don't even know what we are fighting about, what we are fighting for. This is why when I say focus more on your governance, if you focus more on governance, insecurity, for example, we even reduce in the Southwest. I can guarantee you. Why did I say so? Fayose has demonstrated this. That any day that your governor.
Sorry, 20 seconds. Well, a few seconds. What you're talking about, I think we had a conversation about it before. So I'm glad you just mentioned Fayose. So again, you can't blame the people when they don't know the law, okay? When they don't know any better. Even the leaders, the people in charge, for example, like Natasha Kpoti, she herself does not know the law of the country very in details. So the people are a reflection of what they are taught, what they understand about their governance and things around them. You mentioned Fayose. Fayose was a governor, right? He took the initiative, okay, to bring the people along and did what he had to do. So, so people understanding the law and engaging in politics or the country, it has to come from the top, from our educational system, institutions, and such things to make people, aware of their right and how to channel their concerns in the society. So it's not about the people; it's about our education and other means that people are being denied.
That education you are talking about now is what we are doing now is part of that education, because education is not limited to the four walls of schools now. Even this one now is education. Now, why am I saying this? When we said the person, although they were coming with the intention of attacking Tinubu policies, I was like, oh, these people actually now played into my hands. Oh, they were supposed to fix all those inner roads so that they can help all those farmers, all those stuff. I say, okay, there you go. You are not even aware. In some of these states, we are talking about the federal roads just constitute about less than 10% of the entire road network. And the state road maybe between 15 to 25%. The largest share of that road goes to your local government. So when some of us talk of local government, that is exactly what, because the proposal is this: okay, if you build all those roads, you'll be able to bring food easily, all those stuff. I say, there you go. I said some of us that grew up, that we knew what was happening up to in the early 80s. We can tell you story about this. Now, you focus so much on Tinubu. That is why we are having all this kind of, some of this security, I can even see trace it up to too much focus on the central. Because if everybody decide to grow, to develop their own region and be productive locally, we can BS all those people. We can even have the goal to say, okay, we are not negotiating with you idiots. We are going to buy all of you. Because of our lack of productivity, it seems as if some people are having political upper hand. Because it's all about money sharing, not about productivity. Right? So, what I'm saying is this. You
have to factor in the economic and the resource viability of those places. Don't make it sound like there's money everywhere that they can do what they have to do.
I keep telling you, you understand. I have my model, you understand, even though I won't speak of everything fully online. You understand? Because me too, I want to make money. If I see someone that say, okay, this guy, come and share your model. I'm telling you that all states in Nigeria, every state in Nigeria is viable.
No. I agree with you, but that's not the point.
In Nigeria is viable.
Having resources in the ground and having this and that doesn't make you valuable or rich or wealthy. No, it's the economic activities that bring about the wealth of a place. So, I mean, you talk about local government that never had. Okay, you talk about local government that never had their own power and resources.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. There are more than.
Can you share with us what your model look like?
Okay. Now there are more than 300 farm settlements alone in Ekiti State. You understand? Now, in those areas, if your decision is to say, okay, we want to go in Ekiti, what we'll be doing alone is corn, but we are not going to process corn. We are not going to do corn as what do we call it? As a raw materials, but we are going to produce add value and earn the maximum we can earn from corn. Then you look at those settlements, you want to make it 365 days production of, because everything is not going to be perennial crop now. You are going to do, okay, some will go on tomato, some will go on pepper. Do you know how much tomato, processed tomato we import in that country up to today? We import more than close to $50 million in value. $450 million, dollars in value. So you have everything you can do. So when you are saying we should connect those local farms, you understand? It is your local government. You don't even have to pave this road. It doesn't have to be paved. You can just have graders that just continually make those roads, you understand, smooth, that you can just be planning, okay, maybe after 2 months, you have a lot of pothole, you take your payloader or your grader to that place, you fill all those hole again. You keep doing all those things constantly to get access. Then as a government, you can start arranging some kind of scheme whereby you can help people with storage materials, processing facilities. So why am I saying all this is this? You keep pumping money to all these states, and some of these states are even grabbing money that belong to the local governments without allowing your money, without allowing them to use that money for the
A
right
lot.
thing.
Nigeria is built on inefficiency. I see that all the time. Again, don't think our leaders are stupid. They are not stupid.
I understand,
They're
but
not
we've
stupid.
done this thing earlier. See, let me tell you one thing. I'm not, there's nothing genius in what I'm bringing here. I'm bringing what was done before. See, some of
So
this thing that
then
I'm talking
answer the
about
question. Why answer the question now? That why are we not doing it now is the question. If you've done it before,
why
and it
are
worked.
we not doing it? Just because we citizens too, we don't demand, our mentality has changed from demanding accountability. All those Baba, all those our parents we grew up with, they focus more on governance at the local level. That even if you are going to become chairperson that time, your nyash, you dey hot. You know you were not going there just to go and get money and marry more wives or take the money to overseas. But today, okay, those days we'll be talking about the chairmen, the chairpersons. We'll be talking about our councillors, and they will be talking about the governors. The pari of everything will be the federal. Even when the federal was inefficient in the Second Republic, the UPN in the Southwest up to the Midwest, you know, the old Bender states, you understand? That UPN was very, very effective and efficient. You know, you can be efficient in doing the bad, in doing wrong thing. You understand? That's why I use that. So UPN was very effective and very efficient in doing the right thing. You want to talk of free education? You want to talk of agriculture? You want to not talk of adding value even to crop you were producing locally. And we were using that to run our industries. This thing started getting worse from 1984. So now, to make it worse now, our focus is only on Abuja. Now, people don't even know that there are more responsibilities for your state and your local government than even the federal. But the problem with the federal is just because when you see the allocation.
Sorry, is Prince Daddy contesting what you are talking about or what? I don't really understand this point.
No, maybe it's not aware. Maybe it's not aware. You understand? But you know,
no, it was talking about
local.
viability or no viability. We are not even talking about viability. Everybody get their own share of the money from the national purse. So why are they not taking up their responsibility?
Exactly. What we are saying is this: the money going to the local government today. Okay, now, okay, there's a place called Muriorun Axis. If you see the type of
last month, the local government in Nigeria they shared about over 500 billion naira.
You understand? So someone was telling me that federal government should go and be doing inner roads so that they can be bring. I said no, you miss it. That's the work of the local government. That's why when growing up, we used to call one man, I can't remember the man, we call it a katakata. That's what we used to say, katakata timbo. You understand? Whenever they will be taking tractors to the farm. They will be using graders because by the time maybe your street like this, you started having some contour, all those stuff. You went to the local government to complain. Maybe within 2 weeks, they bring that in. They will grade your street maybe like about 2 or 3 times in a year.
That's true.
You understand?
That's true.
So the thing is, if you really want, if you go back to that old settlement system, I'm telling you, the local hunters, forget about this story of all these people carry
whatever.
If
you look at the local government today, Ola, that time it's not as if they are borrowing those things, so they are not lending them. Each local government has their own
tractors and graders
and everything that you are talking about. They have it.
I know. So to the extent that even my local government had a stadium. My local government built a stadium.
But those were,
how many local government can build a stadium today?
But those were military days. Don't forget to.
No, not military day, Baba.
No.
I'm talking of before the military
regime. They were there.
No,
In fact,
no, it was not even it was the military that even destroyed them. You know, our problem in Ondo State then, so they started when
no,
Commander
military
Bambele Otiko.
started local government in Nigeria and they destroyed it. Obasanjo
Yeah,
was the one that
Obasanjo started now in 70s. But
I know, no, you know that 70s song, Simba, now smaller fit talk. Now you elders can talk more about that. But I can talk of what I know. The small I know from 1979.
those 1979 were military now. Even all the 80s, 90s were military. Obasanjo.
No, 1979. No, 1979 was when Shagari was born in.
That was
so
Shagari.
I'm just talking of what I can say between that 1979 and 1983.
Okay, to 83. Okay, that's fine.
You understand? It was because you know when they call all those erila, all those big cow, big cattle. There are two types of them. There are big one and there are small one. You understand? So, yes, but one thing is that they don't have horn.
Without horn.
Exactly. So those days, now up to that 1983, we used to. It was after Commander Bambele Otiko and all this Opale Yekunda, Opale Yanko started coming that we started seeing the decline. You know, although when Otiko first of all came, you understand, and I think after that Opale or thereabout, there was a time that we got 1,000 tractors in Ondo State that time. Then they went for this when a mass transit this thing where they bought it.
Was it Otiko or Bode George?
Who first of all came between Bode George and Opale?
Otiko came before Bode George.
No, Otiko was the first. Then who followed Otiko? Who followed Otiko? Is it Opale or Bode George?
Yeah, I think it's
Bode George. Okay.
After, yeah.
Okay. So during that time, they bought 1,000 tractors, and we did launching for this when a mass transit. Okay, Otiko was there that time because I remember that Senade donated 10,000. I cannot even forget that one at all because 10,000 that time was like what? You understand? So the thing is, those things were functional those days.
But
it was more of local government.
Don't wreck all these things. Obasanjo 99 now error ni.
Obasanjo started it and he destroyed it. That's all.
So
Ola, you know, one man. I say one man, Ogbeni. Ola will not want to say anything bad about Obasanjo. That's why.
No. I see. No, I'm not making a personality now. Let's focus on that. You see,
Ola, let us tell you, it was not that.
No, you see, I avoided. He created it. Okay, fine. That's not even the problem. I don't want to.
Local government.
No, Baba, I don't want to argue about Obasanjo. I know anybody could have destroyed Obasanjo, whatever. You understand? I knew that this thing started getting destroyed from the day of the military. It was by the time Abacha was there, the local government was no longer functional. Don't forget that local government was paying teachers, primary school teachers.
No, Abacha days, local government were functional.
First tenure, Obasanjo, because they even had local government election in 1999.
Okay.
We had Mamsa. You remember Mamsa?
Okay. No, Mamsa and Diffree. I know Mamsa and Diffree, all those stuff.
Yes, now. So, Mamsa back then, Mamsa Bajade, they have their own corn, their own yam, everything in the kitty. Once it's out like that, other farmers would drop their price. And all these things, they were all working with local government. When local government gone, back at the time here, throughout that month, farmers would either go and keep your corn or you drop your price. Local government were using their farm produce to control price. Obasanjo kill all these things. Telling you
see why I don't want you to reduce. Why I reduce it to the military is this. You understand? I remember there's a multipurpose dam going on in Ekiti that time. So apart from potable water, we're supposed to have hydropower there. Then use that thing for irrigation and some other stuff. You understand? That project stopped. Immediately the military got to that place. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Our dairy farm, all this secondary farm, they are just reviving now. Some other dairy farm, they finish them.
Yes.
Oluwa glass, Oluwa textile, reborn brick.
Block.
You understand? All those things all those things were destroyed under the military. Now, Oyarugbilen was the one that
when
even was.
motels.
Yeah, Oyarugbilen was the worst because Oyarugbilen started deforestation. He started cutting a tree. That there was a time he had a serious run with Bodolo Poroku.
Yes, now.
Because Bodolo Poroku was the one that alerted, and he started looking. Bodolo Poroku had to run away from Ekiti.
He left Ekiti
because Oyarugbilen was looking for that guy.
The guy wanted to kill him.
No. Was it Oyarugbilen? This guy from yes, is it Oyarugbilen from this guy from Kogi?
Oyarugbilen from Edo.
No, there's another guy from Kogi. Is it Yusuf or whatever?
There was one Yusuf that came from Oyo.
No, Yusuf from Kogi. I think that's the Kogi guy. That one with tribal mark. That was the one that if that guy got his that guy laid his hand on the body local that time, body local would have gone. That guy started deforestation.
You almost caught him along Ilawe Road now, if you remember.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying now. It was after him seriously.
Can I come in? Make a comment?
No. Let me quickly rise up. You will come in. Sorry. So what I'm not saying is this: we need to start going back and start forming all those community with those farmers and start our local production again, at least for food and to process some things. Just imagine replicating what we used to have up to in the early 80s across the country today. I bet you the insecurity will reduce. So when we engage more people and any idiots that still want to engage in banditry, all this settlement, all this bargaining, it's rubbish. Pile them in the act, finish them off, and stop encouraging that, because some criminals, some political jobbers will regroup them somewhere tomorrow and start using the same model, amnesty, after they must have created it. You understand? Our citizens should focus and should keep pushing the state governors now. We should be pushing the local and the local government to do the right thing. And let us see those people that we need to finish off that are not ready to repent. But repentant militant, repentant Boko Haram, I think it's rubbish. We need to stop that rubbish. Thank you. Comparable fact.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to talk about this, but let me talk about the first point I wanted to talk, because that's where this started. And I think it was Simba that started this. We're talking about the fat allocation. I think I'm not seeing it the same way you're seeing everything. I'm going to comment about what you're talking about currently, but that's where we started. I kind of look at this increase in fat allocation. If I have to be honest, in my own opinion, I kind of look at it as illusion of liquidity, because what's actually happening, you're talking about inflation and depreciation. Okay, let's get to the point. We know, like about a year ago, 2 years ago, the state was getting maybe about 800 billion or less, depends on what state anyway. But right now they are getting the money in trillion. I don't know what's the percentage, 1 point something trillion, maybe some people getting up to 2 trillion naira. But we've forgotten to factor about the naira depreciation. By that time when they was getting that, what was the naira? About 450. Now, it's about 1,500. But you all are not factoring the inflation and depreciation, knowing that, it's just an illusion. Everything, come down, boil down to, nominal growth, not a real growth. I mean, everything kind of balanced. So I don't really see what people are commenting about the increase in allocation, because in my own opinion, there's no increase. I don't know if you people were not factoring, the inflation effect. And everything has pretty much gone up. So I call this more of a physical illusion, on that point. I don't know if anybody disagree with me.
Okay. Do you know error you are committing? Okay.
What error? Go ahead.
Listen, my brother.
I'm sorry, Ola, go ahead.
Hold on. I just want to read. You have to quickly, please. You can continue sleepwalking, pretend as if you are sleeping, that you don't see what is going on around you. It's up to you. All right. You said fact allocation is not increasing. We all know. Go to every state. everybody, they are doing projects like never before. You know what I mean? And when you talk about the fact allocation, I told you they're talking about talking of inflation. You understand? These people, they are getting times 4, times 3 of what they are getting before. Talking of inflation, and you said the naira was 400 naira. You know yourself that naira was subsidized at the time, compared to what is going on right now. That we are not subsidizing naira anymore. You understand? We are making progress, tremendous progress. We are making it. You understand? The governor, most of these guys that are supporting the government, you think they're doing it for free? They know what they're getting there. They know that their life is better. How many governors do you see that come out and say, please, I can't pay salary? Since this man got to power, how many of them that come and say, okay, I can't pay salary of my state?
Okay.
How many of them that government is? The government is
okay, Kenny. Let me just add to that. See, comparable facts.
Hold on, before a light goes, let Kenny land.
Okay.
Yeah, so you know what I mean. We can't just continue this way. Everything before you and the Kenny, you come to this platform and say, "Oh, Gary is expired." This is the first time in this shop Nigeria that things will go up and come down. How much was this same Gary economy that's the economy you guys are always talking about? How much was bag of rice last year December? As of today, now bag of rice is 50,000 naira. It has come down. You guys are not saying anything about that. Remember that. See, anyway, let me just stop for now. You know what I mean? Continue sleepwalking, pretend that's nothing is happening. That's what I would say.
Okay. Prince Daddy, can you?
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Briefly. So, okay, you guys keep talking about the local government and the state getting more allocation. Fine. And to Simba earlier, say getting more money in your purse or to your local government doesn't make you economically viable. It does not. I mean, I'm talking about local government and the state being creative, generating jobs or creating jobs and being.
You are muted, Prince Daddy. So just please check your phone. Okay. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, let me continue before Prince Daddy comes back because Prince Daddy is muted. I don't know why.
Can I just say one thing about the topic that woman was actually talking about? Because I've not seen anything about it. Let me just say that for 1 minute.
No, you will say it, but so that we don't get lost in what comparable part is saying.
All right, that's fine.
Okay, comparable part. Let me tell you something. You understand? All those allocation you are looking at, okay, it's just because of inflation or whatever. It's not, because you have to look at where the money that led to that increase economy is coming from. It's just Nigeria is more fiscally disciplined than before. You understand? Now look at it this way. You were using about close to $40 billion annually for subsidy, both gasoline subsidy and forex subsidy. But those are gone now. So that's huge money there for you. And that's the reason you have more allocations. Then those allocations help the federal government to start a new project. And those projects, they are creating jobs along the line. The inflation you want to talk of is that inflation, even under Buhari, was really worse. In the sense that there was a time that bag of rice was going to about 70,000. And the price of the bag of and your minimum wage was 30,000. Right? But as of today, okay, a comparable further step. So as of today, the bag of rice has come down in price. Then when you see the bag of beans, there was a time that it was crazy too. The bag has come down. The cost of a bag of beans has already come down. You understand? And despite the fact that you have increase in minimum wage too. So why the problem we are having currently is just because of how to get more people involved in the production chain. That's the problem we have as of now. So when you are saying all those money, you are linking into inflation, that's not the right thing to. I think that's not the right thing to do. The right thing to do is this: local governments were not getting allocation before. That's the way you want to look at it. Not just because, the money in itself, inflation. No.
Yeah, a lot, but they're not getting it before. But now they are getting it. Now, do they have the structure or the institutional capacity to do anything with this money to help the people? Is the question a lot.
That's exactly what we are here.
Let me answer the question. The same structure that you have in the state, that's the same structure that you have in the local government. They have their legislators, they have their civil servants that work
No,
with them.
I'm not talking about paper structure. That's not the point. I'm not talking about paper structure. Of course, they have structure on paper. Well, the local government, they've been bastardized for so long. They are not really viable or capable of being independent to make decisions and do the right thing by the people.
Ground. We that we are on ground, we are telling you what is there. You are still arguing. What is not there that is you say is on paper. I'm telling you what is there. You are telling me that is on paper. I have people that are working in local government. I have my brother's wife is a DPM in the local government. You are arguing with me.
Okay, so if they're so great, Simba, then what the heck are we complaining about? Then if all the money they're getting, how come? What is the problem
when they moved their phone before they were getting their allocation directly, and that's why they can have their own budget. But immediately Obasanjo sold the local government to the state by now merging the allocation of the local government with the state.
That was what I was talking about. That they've been bastardized since they've been destroyed. I know the importance and the power of the local government many years ago, and I'm telling you they've been destroyed. That's my point.
Well, what you are saying is that that one. Wait, please. That only remove their financial power. They still have their civil servant. Everybody that's still working local government, they are still there.
Simba,
they still have the structure.
Let me say this. Let me say something. Let me try to let Prince Daddy understand what the thing is. So before Obasanjo came, and that's why we are very hard on Obasanjo on this. Before they started what they call JAC. JAC is joint account of both local government and state. Before they have that, their money used to come directly from the federal straight to them. Then FEDECO in those days and all those NEC will conduct election in conjunction with state government to get executive chairmen to those local governments. Every local government in Nigeria have workers. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think they should be highest employer of civil servants in Nigeria. I think so. Because they have workers in their council, they have workers in, you see all those institutions that they have that you think is moribund. Some workers are still there. They are collecting money, doing nothing.
All those center, all those stuff, yeah.
They are still employed and they still have workers there. So now, what Obasanjo has done to them, the Avoc Obasanjo wreck on them, was to subsume them under state government. Meaning, yes, you can have your chairman local government. In fact, the state government can decide to even remove you and put a sole administrator there, which they did throughout all those periods till recently. So they can remove you, do whatever they like. So you are like boy to the governor. So what those governors simply used to do is that when that money entered that JAC, they are the sole signatory to that JAC. Then whichever amount they want to give you, they give you. Whichever is the remaining, they keep it in the name of running the state. So they now reduce local government to the level of only paying only salary. In fact, some of them were not even viable enough to pay salary financially at a point in time. So you will see local government workers, when they are rioting, they will riot to the state governor's house. And then you will now be wondering, but these are other arms of government. So why are they have their chairman, why are they coming to the state governor? So the reason why they will come to the state governor is because that is the final bus stop where their money lands, where the guy will now give them some peanuts. Now, what has changed now? Or what is changing now? Don't let's say what has changed, because many of the skeptics of the system believe that nothing will change. But their wishes is not actually what matters to me anyway. So what is changing now? So what is changing is this. the government is returning them to those old structure that we have. Don't forget the secretariats are there, workers are there, everything there, but they couldn't run. For instance, agriculture, how do you want to run without money in your hand? And the governor don't even really care about whether you run agriculture or not. Market store, they are the owner of market store. They used to have cemetery, their own cemetery. They used to have car park. They are the owner of car park. All those quarry, they are in charge of quarry. They are in charge of, in fact, birth certificate. They were supposed to be birth certificate and remit to the Federal National Population Commission. I don't know why that one has snatched it from them. They are in charge of death certificate. Working with every hospital, they must have their desk in every hospital to issue death certificate. They are supposed to collect radio license. They are supposed to collect license for your bicycle that you are taking around. They are supposed to be in the car park. And you will see them in car park. If you, for instance, in Ado now, you go to Ejugba, you are going to Accra, you will see them, local government, they wear green. They're supposed to be in the car park. Okada, they're supposed to be collecting duty from Okada and all sort of, you know, in those days, they used to have someone they called Olibode. They will be about the boundary of their local government, collecting money from taxi that is commuting people into their own local government and things like that. But that had stopped over time because they did not possess that particular authority and we don't have people. Now, what they are returning back to them is first, the government, by virtue of that Supreme Court judgment, has demolished that jack. So their money comes straight, just like what it was before, returning them back. And then when I'm a chairman of the local government and my money comes straight to me, then I can have my own budget. And don't forget, they have their own government too. They have councillor, they have supervisory councillor, they have like their own cabinet. They call them supervisory councillor. So when they get there, they run more like not a parliamentary, but a mixture of parliamentary somehow. So among those councillors who are representative of different streets, sometimes they can combine maybe 10 streets together will produce one councillor. So they have their own constituency too. So those councillors are the legislative arm of local government. Then the chairman is the executive head of the local government. They don't have their own judiciary anyway. But sometimes they have influence on the customary courts around the place, being inferior court. So with that, the chairman will now appoint more like his cabinet, which is we call supervisory councillor. Then apart from those supervisory councillors, they work together with traditional rulers. Because in fact, traditional rulers draw their allocation from the allocation that they give to local government. That was the setting before Obasanjo demolished these things. And now that's what they are trying to return, so that each local government can have budget. Each local government will have a day they are presenting their budget to their own legislative council. They approve their budget. Then they have what they are doing, so that people can hold them responsible. In fact, back then in Adoeki, they used to have their own radio station that if you tune to it, the only thing they will be broadcasting is about the other local government, is just about that local government. And let me shock you again. Most of the facilities that state governments still use in Ado today were mostly built by local government. Bisi Egbeyemi, the man that just died recently, he was the chairman of local government back then under the Babangida that transition time, and he built the stadium, he built the governor's house, he built the governor's office, he built the state library, a lot of things that he built using
and the town hall.
Yes, the town hall, that Faji hall, he built a lot of things.
Yeah.
Their common cemetery, a lot of things that they were making money from. And that is what the federal government said, let's return to that, so that we take politics and governance back to the local government. I completely agree with that too. And I believe viability is not about whether so the problem about viability, which the part I agree with Prince Daddy to an extent now, is that as it stands, there will be teething problems. Yes, now, because we're just returning. How many? Just 2 years into it. Yes, there will be problem, but the legal structure is there. Everybody now knows that if you want to get serious, local government is where the deal is. Now, what is the problem we are still having presently? Because it's just like they said, when leaf is spent too much with soap, you won't be able to differentiate between leaf and soap again. They just become one. So because we've been running this system for a very long time, 90s till now, many people, which we call the theory of path dependency, in sociology, people get used to a system and they still want to resist that system. It happens, but with time they will give in if the structure is strong and the will is there. So now, many governors, initially when that thing started, many governors did not even want that to happen. Akeredolu, all of them, they fought against it. Later, Akeredolu of best memory fought against it. He fired me from my state, they fought against it. As elite as he claims. They fought against it. They didn't want it. But now this man got it through Supreme Court. Fine. Presently now, some governors, initially, some governors didn't want to conduct election. Then the president said, okay, I'm holding your money in pursuant to the judgment of the Supreme Court. When you conduct, then come and tell me I'll release the money to you. Some of them started going back to go and conduct election. Some of them that did not conduct, they, and so with time, we reset these things. And my hope is this: with time, some political parties that are not even in the central will be able to snatch some local government too and use that to prove like a litmus test. Because I keep saying it, if somebody like Sowore go back to probably his own local government now to go and fight things there and win that local government, I don't know any governor that will keep Showore's money and not release to him. Because they will expose that for that governor, they will finish that governor in media. So if you're able to go back there and you use your AAC to win just your Ilaje SL, the local government or something like that, and you are able to show to the whole world that you can perform, you will from there start influencing other local government. You can take over on those states with time if you really perform well. So that's the positive part of it I'm looking at, Prince Daddy.
So, Prince Daddy, are you now convinced?
Can I come in?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Man of comparable fact.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, you're not seeing what I'm seeing. Okay. This money. Okay, let's start from the local government. We are talking about. Are they actually, getting the fat allocation directly to the local government? Yeah, it's a step in the right direction, but nobody can categorically come here and tell me that the state government, are not watching the effort for the money to go directly to the local government. Not from what I had. I don't know any local government. I know they are conducting a local government election and so on and so forth, but I have not seen any, information that give me that the money is going directly to the local government. So as of right now, it's not working. Maybe it will work in the future, but I still stick to my former premises that I made that this this allocation, it kind of dilute the purpose because it's I mean, I don't see it as an increase. Maybe you all are seeing it as an increase, and you're not taking into account what I just said. Let's talk about inflation. I mean, okay, food has decreased, petroleum and some other things, but what was it in 2023 before this government took over a year ago or 2 years ago? I mean, it was way high. Just because it has come down to about 10%, 9%. So that make everything, right. I don't see where you're seeing all this, benefit of this allocation, increase fat allocation, which in my own opinion is an illusion. It's an illusion of growth. It doesn't make any sense. It's not factoring,
Okay.
From what I'm seeing. I don't know if anybody has an argument in that point to counter what I said.
Can you hear me?
I don't know if you heard me.
I can hear you.
I can give you an example. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello?
Look at your screen. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Nobody can hear me.
We can hear you.
I can hear you now, Mr. Fax. It's gone.
See, comparable fact. Your analysis about inflation. You see, that is not stopping productivity. You should know that. You are only looking at allocation, but we are now talking of productivity. Two different things. So you are analyzing your own allocation from the perspective of consumption, but we are going to that your production now. We are saying even despite the inflation you claim, whenever the local government have the local government have the money they are allocating to them. What can they do with it? Is what we are talking about. The little they can do with it now, go and start that little. And from there, you grow. We can't be brooding over the inflation as you want to claim, even though to some extent that we disagree with you, because we are looking at it from the productivity angle, not what the value is saying. When you talk of inflation, one of the best way you can counter the inflation over time is to increase your your output. You talk of food inflation, then what do? Go and produce more yams, go and produce more cassavas, go and produce more corn, go produce more tomato, and produce a lot of things. Let's even assume that even the local government, the money going to the local government, because we even boost subsistence farming. Because one thing that we are not looking at today is this: gradually, people are even forgetting about subsistence farming. That subsistence farming, when we used to have it as it was, you understand? The thing reduce pressure on demand for even the one that is that were available at the level of large scale. It's so simple. Let's say you have local farmers that used to be like let's say like 30 million before, and today maybe we just have like 1 million because nobody wanted to go to farm. Either they complain of insecurity or maybe low yield. You understand all those stuff. Now you now have local government now that organize them together now to the extent that, okay, as it used to be in the early 80s, even up to early 90s, where people can even produce what they can eat on their own. Those people that will go and demand for the rice in the market, they want from this thing, they will reduce. So what do you think is going to happen when the demand is there, when you reduce demand on those ones that are hiking their food price? The demand pressure will reduce. And that's when we combat your inflation we are talking about. So the thing is, don't look at the money, okay, it used to be because the thing has gone bad, all those stuff. The next thing we should be talking, okay, the question I will ask you now, comparable fact, is this: even going by the inflation you are going about, what's your solution to that inflation, if you can hear me?
Okay, I like this. Let's wait for Prestige to respond. If he can hear you, he's the one having a problem with his headset or whatever. But yeah, okay. Let me chime in, guys. By this point, Ogbeni Simba yourself a lot. I think you all know that we are on the same page. I'm not saying anything differently from you guys. What you guys are talking about, on the same page, different paragraph in the same book. Okay. The local government, and Ogbeni said it. I'm not questioning the effectiveness of the local government over the years in the past, right? I'm not talking about, but you guys talk about when Obasanjo came in and destroyed everything. And what I'm saying is that, look, because of the destruction and the crippling of the local government, it's going to take time for them to come back up to be more viable. That's what I was talking about. Simply giving them a bunch of money. If you want to give them $1 billion or $1 trillion, whatever, every month or year, it's not going to help anything, because I think at this point in time, the structure is bastardized. I think it's destroyed. The people in charge, I don't think they have that leadership. They don't know how to do things because they've always been reliant on the governors. And you can just say that right now. The governors are even some of the governors rather, are trying to prevent them from, being from getting the allocation directly. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the local government has been weakened over the years. That leadership is poor. It's not about Simba's uncle or brother having a position at the local government. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about their ability as their structure to be effective as a local government, and the institution of the local government. That's what I'm talking about. The essence of it. it needs to be more. Talk about Tinubu, right? Tinubu, people want Tinubu to do magic in 1 or 2 years, and I'm saying that it needs at least 6 years or 2 terms, full 2 terms, for its policies to be more effective and make an impact in the country. So too is the case of the local government. They need to now begin to restructure, if you want to put it that way, and build up their leadership. How they allocate or what project they work on is going to take time. So we're not talking anything differently. I'm just looking at it from an overarching point of view about the whole situation. In essence, we all talking about the same thing. So let's not pretend like, oh, the local government is getting allocation so they can just wake up and start doing some BS. They can do nothing. They don't have to do anything. They're like kindergartners. They need to start learning how to get things done. They have to learn because they've always been, again, reliant on the governors to do anything. They don't know anything right now. So simply having a position doesn't make you your institution or any worthy to the people, to the citizens. Not at all. Back in the days, you guys talk about this, you build roads, build schools, this and that. Yes, because they were effective. They were a true institution and a service to the people. And by the way, Allah, to your point, simply try to increase your production to combat inflation. I guess what about the law of diminishing return? I mean, the other variables that goes into getting more yield cost money. So you're going to increase your output by 0.2% because you have to tackle inflation for certain materials or things at the right time. You can't just continue to produce. No, the law of diminishing return kicks in, and it demoralizes the people engaged in the factors of production.
I don't want us to terrorize this thing too much. That was just an analogy, not total economic theory. You understand the one that I gave? See, when I talk about production the other time, you understand, I'm not tying the production just to for production's sake, because sometimes you want to get value for your money. You would think, okay, I'm producing too much yam, and the price is going to be low in the market because government is not raising the price floor, all those stuff. People may be discouraged. That's why you are now looking at something like a value chain. It was just an example. You understand? You may try to farm your tomato now. I said, okay, if I go sell this tomato, maybe the total tomato in my farm, maybe I will just make, like, let's say 1 million. But if I process this tomato and sell, I can make 50 million. Those are the things I'm looking at, because when you produce, the assumption is that you are going to produce in such a way that you will have excess for local consumption, for immediate consumption, while you can process the remaining. So it was not a straightforward thing as if I'm giving the whole scope of that thing. So don't let us get ourselves confused. Yeah, what we're saying is totally right about they are going to learn a lot of things. Yes, but the purpose of this discussion is not for you and myself. It's for us to provide alternatives to those people that the masses believe they know about governance. Those people that are only interested in power hijack, the like of Aisha Yesufu, the like of Peter Obi, and the like of those people that are just looking for political jobs. When these people go online, the way they mobilize people against the federal government without even looking at there is a little the federal government can do to solve the problem of 774 local governments. So when your energy is focused on the president alone, while ignoring 36 states of the federation and 774 local governments, so you are not solving any problem. You are just mobilizing for your own selfish reason. So you are just using the people for your own target, for your own ambition. That's why we are saying all these things. Now, when people start realizing that what you are looking for in Sokoto, instead of you traveling to Sokoto, you find it in your Sokoto, your own pocket. That is exactly what you are doing there. You don't need Abuja. You don't need Abuja to become a good farmer within your local government. Not only that you are going to bring out raw materials, you can even add value and make more money. What will the federal government do for you mostly that we should be expecting from the federal government? You facilitate credit scheme. You understand? Maybe you need something like fertilizer. You have like some kind of a national scheme that will make fertilizer available. So that's the essence of this discussion. Now, if we want to become truly 3 trillion economy of that country, that is the target of Tinubu, because people do not really understand, they didn't really get the idea of that 3 trillion economy. Because this guy is now opening his mouth to tell you that, okay, by becoming $3 trillion economy, that more household in Nigeria will be more prosperous. The prosperity in the Nigeria household will escalate. So becoming a $3 trillion economy will make you we reduce poverty. Those are the reasons we are having this type of discussions, nothing more. Now, okay, look at this. We know that both federal, both governments and the private sector, they have a lot to do in creating infrastructure, in building the economy. Dangote, for example, now is saying within the next 3 years is going to increase its output to 1.4 million barrels per day. That's what they will be refining in Nigeria. And the target is before the end of Tinubu's government, because that's what Tinubu wants. Whatever raw materials we have locally, we are going to refine. Because they will be looking at how to modify the law that we no longer be selling our crude oil again. What we'll be doing now is this: we'll be selling gasoline, we'll be selling aviation gas, and be selling all those stuff instead of other. So do you know the implication of that? Is going to create job and give people more things. Now, Dangote is doing his own. Boy is doing his own. That's the private sector for you. Now, when we now come to the public sector, the government administration, the focus should be like, okay, as you are private sector doing their own, the local government and the state government, they should be doing their own. So you don't allow money to go to the state government without you following up on what you have to follow up. You have to hold all those governors accountable. Are they giving them that money just for them to eat? No. They are supposed to use the money to do something. It is my belief that when you send that money to the local government and you start, if a local government can use that money to create what we used to have those days, just imagine you have a local government now that, okay, I want to restore my old farm settlement. I'm saying this thing convincingly because I have people that are into farming. And as I speak to you today, although these guys are not small guys, I won't say they are small guys, because someone spending close to 500 million on farming, and not only him, but they have some kind of farm settlement. Someone spending such kind of money, and you don't hear about this story about Fulani cattle going to that place. Yet they spend money. They have security. They have guard dogs that they put there that any herdsman that walk around that place, na Sarah. You understand? Now, imagine a situation now where local government now take that thing upon themselves and they create that settlement and they build assets through that. They will have that how do we call this thing? they will have that you understand, some kind of special interest to protect their assets. That's from the point which I'm talking from. You understand? So when you start doing all those stuff, even that gesture alone of spending the money to do the right thing, that alone can reduce insecurity in that country. But it is easier today just because it's focused on Abuja. Let the money come to Abuja and let us share it. And people are not responsible. That is why we are pushing all this. So I just want you to understand my angle to this. So that's my point. Okay, oh, Principal Daddy has dropped already. Baba T, do you have something you want to say?
In regards to what exactly, because you guys were, I think when I was listening earlier, you were talking, it was more about the history. To the main topic, you were talking about Biafra. I was gonna ask Ogbeni, because he mentioned some books. I wanted to get some info from him, but he didn't respond to my DM on the StreamYard. I think one of the books he mentioned there is it the Other Side of Biafra, right? He mentioned that, and he mentioned a couple of more books, and I was going to just ask him a few questions about it, but it's fine. But you want me to address the main topic, or just?
Yeah, maybe you want to address that of Kanu. You want to address that of you want to have that local government. You want to address that of a $1 trillion economy.
Oh, like, you mean, is it achievable? The $1 trillion.
Yeah, that $1,000 trillion economy.
I honestly cannot give you an response. I let me just talk about this the Nnamdi Kanu thing. I think we both know at this point it's been stalling, and my issue with this government and the previous one is that they don't communicate effectively. You know, I don't know how that space has dominated the media waves and even Twitter, when the government has the resources to actually put accurate information out there to debunk the narrative of IPOP and all this and their allies. I don't know why the government is allowed that. I mean, we can both agree that Buhari let this fester on for so long. He created this monster that we are now dealing with as a country. But to the to the House of Rep member that was the way one might put it, inviting war between Igos and Yorubas. I'm surprised the House of Rep has not said anything about that interview on Arise TV. This should be taken up by a House Rep member, and he needs to be reprimanded, and he needs to apologize on the floor of the House. You, as a rep of a part of Nigeria, cannot make such reckless statements on national TV. I know it's out of desperation, but that should not be tolerated. And like, everybody can clearly see that Nnamdi Kanu is the one that has been stalling the under proceedings for 4 years. And I believe that he's doing that, hoping that if he pushes it back long enough, there will be some form of political resolution to his problems. But I think that with the imprisonment of his deputy of Padawan in Finland, that kind of threw that out of the window, and is just out of desperation now. Is now dismiss his lawyers, and I think nobody it's not advisable to do that at this point. So I think it's just desperate. But I like, do you still think that there is a political solution, or are we past that now? And is he most likely to spend a long time in prison? Because that's what I believe. I think Once the pronouncement over EPA came from Finland, that left the government of Nigeria with no choice, because there's no way that guy's going to spend 6 years and he goes scot free. So I don't believe there's any kind of political solution coming anytime soon. I don't see that coming in the horizon. And I think that's what he wants now. It's too late. But there's one particular story that I wanted to bring up a lot on the show.
Okay.
It's a FIFA story. Did you come across that story online?
That stadium, the $1 million or how much?
1.2 million. And
dollars.
the response of Peter Obi, it's become a thing. And apparently, I'm surprised that FIFA has given Nigerian NFF $24 million over the last 80 years to promote sport in Nigeria by building youth academies and stadiums. I don't know. Did you know they get that kind of money from? I didn't know they pay them that much. They give them that much money on a yearly basis, about $2 or $3 million.
Yeah.
So that money they just so that stadium that I saw on Twitter, I would say cost about maybe 20 grand. By the way, do you know a lot that they even the the land for that stadium was even given to them for free by the community?
Yeah, I know.
They didn't even pay. So they didn't pay for the land. You got free labor from the community because they wanted that thing to come to their side. So how much did you really spend on this 200 capacity stadium? How much did they spend on it? And where did the money go? But here's the issue. The federal government cannot really do anything about the NFF because of the way FIFA is structured.
Exactly.
You can't really interfere because people keep saying EFCC, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, that's not the problem. The problem is the laws that govern FIFA for countries. Even if they are found guilty, you can't remove them. You can't do anything. So even if you arrest a member, they will still replace themselves with the same group of people. So how do you fix that then, Ola? How do you fix Nigerian football? Do you know how embarrassing it was the way they beat Remo Stars last week in Abeokuta? I'm like, why did you even come to my town? Go to Remo collect by Agbe now. The quality of the league is nothing to write home about, and these guys get money.
You see, my suggestion on that is this: if a country like UK or the major league countries, if they interfere, believe me, FIFA will not talk. It's just the way we position ourselves. And I think one thing we can do in that Nigeria is that if we really want to fix that thing, is to damn the consequences of what FIFA will do. After all, our Super Eagles and some of these guys, they are not representing us well to start with.
So let's say we don't qualify for the World Cup. At least we have 4 years to do whatever we want.
Exactly.
And then we will say, okay, we've cleaned house. Because I think that's the fear. Because I know that law was changed in year 2000. It wasn't that way before. I think it was 2001 or 2 that FIFA came up.
Yeah, that was like that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's
and every time we the Nigerian government just step in, FIFA used to blackmail. So one thing is this: I think Nigerian government should bear FIFA for now and settle later. How do I mean? All those people that need to cough whatever they embezzle, let them cop that. Yeah, put ban on us. We are going to resolve it within the next 4 to 6 years, if that's the way to go. So anybody that will step in later will realize that even if you like step into, except you are saying FIFA is going to ban us for life, but if the ban is not going to be for life, FIFA cannot tell us what our local law will be. So it doesn't mean that, okay, because FIFA is now blackmailing us, that we just should allow some rogue to keep doing the criminality within our local space. So to me, I think the government should just deal with the situation. I imagine this thing happening in the United Kingdom, and the British government will just BS FIFA to just tell them to hell with you, and FIFA themselves they will come back because they know what they stand to lose if they are
Yeah,
not. You
no,
understand?
that happens with UEFA too. You know, we were supposed to play the Nations Cup was supposed to be held in summer, but FIFA bullied African Football Federation to move it to December because they wanted to play the World Club tournament in summer. There's no way. Imagine Europe moving their own cup for one walk. They don't care. They do what they want. But we don't have that power, that leverage, because we don't have. If in the whole of Africa, maybe we have maybe 4 or 5 leagues that are strong. Maybe Tunisia, Egypt, South Africa, Algeria, maybe Morocco. There are something like maybe 3 or 4 of them are like, at least they pay decent wages and at least they are watchable. But the other ones are just it's sad to watch. So I saw that, I'm like, wow, 1.2 million for this. And I don't know, because if Peter Obi was there, he will have fired everybody, he will have locked them up. I'm like, oh, Benny, does not work that way. He can't do anything. Yeah.
We know Peter Obi can always do everything.
Yeah, I don't.
We can always do everything to.
But Ola, by the way, one more story. I read an article by Fashola. It was talking about the reward system of the APC, where the APC people in Lagos are complaining that they're not getting rewarded. And it got to the boiling point today because one individual lady that was openly campaigning for P2B and abused Tinubu publicly on Twitter and other spaces, blasting Tinubu, was given a $5 billion contract for tourism and whatever. And when the government of Sanwo-Olu was challenged, I think one of his special advisors, he said they are only giving it based on merit. Pretty much, it was insinuating that the people that voted for them were not qualified, and that first like listen, guys, you cannot do that to your supporters. You can't tell them they are only good for elections, but when it comes to actually, people join parties for different reasons. So if people vote for you or join your party or your campaign, if you're gonna pick for so-called reward system, you don't then pick from the opposition that was physically abusing you and they were defending you against. It's like a rub in their face. Like, dude, we were defending you against this lady that was abusing Tinubu. Then you win, then she gets all the contract, and you telling me that we're not qualified because we don't have the skills. I'm not sure if you find that space in Lagos, it's a big thing now. Like all the major, even the actresses were about. Like, imagine all the Yoruba actors, whatever. Even Igwe that was butt naked on the ocean seashore. Remember that guy that went naked?
Yeah.
They ignored them, but somehow is the so-called English that are getting the funding in Lagos. Like, wait a minute, we are the one that supported you. They did not even vote for you. How come we are getting ignored? So I thought I put that because I was just reading that today in the morning.
No, that's some sort of blunder now. That's a sort of blunder. So I was listening to Fashola, but I must confess I didn't listen to his entire narration.
Yeah,
but
he was warning them about the dangers of because not only did you abandon your core supporters, you are now insulting them that they're not good enough for anything.
Of course, that's a wrong thing to do, because those people that are not supporting you, you are giving, you understand? Now they are just there for contracts. Before you know,
and they still will not support you the next time around. They will still vote against you.
Exactly.
So that's a political value. What is the point?
To me, it doesn't make sense. I agree with you. It doesn't make sense.
So I was reading this lady's what's she called, Nelly Agbogu or whatever. I was reading her tweet against Tinubu. Like, it was disgusting. This guy was talking about the Tinubu is shaking, it's not healthy, blah blah blah, blasting him, like just going after this guy online for like a year straight, and she's the one that gets rewarded. Meanwhile, those that are going defending Tinubu against her, that believe that they are equally qualified for the job, they get ignored and told that they're not good enough. So so the APC reward system, and guess what happens now? Like, everybody from the southwest now are not complaining. Apparently, it's not Lagos only.
You see that's the kind of strategy that Jonathan used, and that backfired against Jonathan now. That is that model they are using now. You don't threaten your enemy by camping with your enemy now and saying, okay, you know that these people are still your enemy, but you now go to their camp and you are now trying to you are now trying to pacify them at the expense of the reward that should go to your core supporters. That's what Jonathan did, and I really backfired. So to me, you can't keep pacifying your enemy, because you are not giving them the reason why they should support you. But you are just giving them you are just strengthening them to have more resources against you the next time they need to move against you. So it was a terrible. What is happening to the network?
I think some people dropped off or something. If you want to come up, come up. Hey, Tony, Algeria, Egypt, and Morocco are not Arab countries. They're African countries. Okay, so they're African. They're on the African continent. So when I mentioned club leagues, they are considered African football clubs, not Arab football clubs. I think you should look at the map for that one. Like anything else you want to talk about? I don't see that much on there.
No, there is nothing else. It's just like anybody that still want to come out, they can just come up, so that
Ola, by the way, I was reading this interesting book. It was talking about the classism in the Yoruba culture, and how they were part of the people that prevented Awolowo from becoming Nigeria's president. And they mentioned the three. I always come here and talk about the Lagos Islanders, them having this superior complex. But he also mentioned the people from Abeokuta too, and Ibadan. So that Ibadan, Abeokuta, and the Islanders are the three parts of Yoruba land that have this elitist mindset, and they make other people from other parts of Yoruba land feel inferior. And I've caught myself doing that, on this show once, a few times, to be honest. Because we got exposed early to education and religion and stuff like that. So they always look down on the other ones. And Awolowo being from Ikene was not regarded within that space. That's because they didn't feel like he was one of them. So he was more of partial. Everybody should have a sort of power, at opportunities, not just the rich one and the influential one in society. And that they actually defeated him. They were the ones responsible. I won't say solely, but they were partly responsible for his downfall in politics. I'll send you the book if you want, if you're interested. I know it's not.
Yeah, that would be fine. I have interest. You can just send it to me.
Yeah,
because
I email like go ahead.
I think that Ibadan area you are talking about, I think they preferred the Adelabu that time. I think the fact that Awolowo was able to move ahead of Adelabu. So I think those people from that region, they are still not happy with what happened. If you see ask some of them to today, their belief is that Adelabu Penkele will still be better than Awolowo. That has always been their belief. I think it's normal. Everybody wants his own person there, but what people are not even talking about is that your person you want there, have you really scrutinized the interest will that interest be something that will sustain you? You understand? Over time. Because wanting your person to become the leader, at the end of the day, you suffer the consequences negatively after some decades. People don't really consider that when okay, woman. So people don't really look at all those implications. And I think those are the problem we have in the country today. So for those people that were not seeing Awolowo, the other part of Yorubas as part of them, I will not blame them, because if you look at it even historically, when you look at people like Ibadan people, you understand, they were under on your empire. They used to believe they were superior, all those stuff. Until some of them try and Nekiti Parapo, they were defeated. They even up to now, they still believe that they are superior. They still believe. Even when you even extend that to even to some of their monarchy, to you think that they still believe
That was the bridge I was trying to bridge. That even within that Ibadan space, it wasn't like it was available to all Ibadan citizens. So it was a few of them that feel like it's like a feudal system. That's what it was looking like to Awolowo at the time. Like, wait a minute, we can't even say it's all the islanders. Obviously, it wasn't all of them, but it was just a few that felt like they should be above everyone, even within their own space. So I wouldn't say the entire people of Egba or Ibadan had that mindset, but people believe that, but it was just a few of them that didn't want the system to change. But I will always believe in the unity of your race and everyone, regardless of your political class, social class. I mean, the guy from Ikene of all places, even Ogun State, Ikene is not even politically, up to par. We didn't even discuss Ikene. It's not for him. So he was not even regarded in his own area, talk less of the tribe itself. So I think that could contribute to the downfall. If Awolowo was from the island, I bet you he would have gone further than he did. If Awolowo was from an Igba man or from imagine if Awolowo was from Ibadan, it would be like God working on earth. He would get the support of the people. But unfortunately, that happened. I just thought I'd bring it up, but I bring it up. But yeah. But one man, let me call you out though, so because I've put some super chat on your platform 3 times, and you did not even bring it up, and just want to call you out on that one. But it's okay, you're forgiven.
No, probably the network is having some issue, because I see people dropping, try to come in, and they will drop again. So I don't really understand. So I don't know. I'm having my own network.
Rikinimo Lori platform, Babajale Kuku, and I've not seen him in a while.
Maybe we may want to ask one man about them. And who? Because
one man, Bishop, of course. I know
Kulata. Dr. Gomez, Ajale Koko.
Even Mike. I saw Mike pop in once. I saw Mike in there.
No, I think probably I don't know that of Baba Ajale Koko, but I think the political space may be boring now. But I will expect them to start coming from next year, from maybe the first quarter of next year, and especially if they successfully move the next election to are they targeting October or November?
I think it's November next year.
So if they successfully move it to that, they may be.
No, let me make fun of this guy. This guy said because your content is back. So if I do basketballs now, everybody will show up. Is that what you're saying? If that's saying somebody, if I start doing what's it, Nedi Woko and his girlfriend, everybody will turn up. That's what he's. Yeah, Baba Kure too. Baba Kure. I've not Baba Kure. Baba Kure too. I've not seen him in a while.
Yeah, no. To be honest, the political space is somehow boring now. One thing is this: if and I think I could be wrong. I think the political environment looks boring just because I feel the government is getting successful.
Yeah, we don't have a vibrant opposition like the APC was to the PDP. You know how back then every week Shore was just dropping bombs back to back, all this leak everywhere. So it was kind of like let's wait for what's going to drop this week. Like there was this anticipation for any leakage, but we don't have that now. We don't have a very strong opposition.
Okay. Yeah, that is exactly what I'm saying. Because okay, now when you want to have opposition, sometimes you have some government policy that's very difficult to post against. In the past, in the past, in a couple of for about 4 months, just for some few months now, people have been trying to see how to rubbish student loan scheme, for example. After they try without success, it becomes boring because you don't really have something to argue against. Because I can't just come out and say that student loan rubbish, right? If you say it today, if you say it tomorrow, maybe you now have a couple of people or some few people that came out now to now say, okay, I got this. Because I know about one lady. The lady came up and people were saying, student loan is audio. He said, he said, all I know that I got it, and I could have dropped out of school this year, but this student loan saved me. Everybody that argue from now beginning to that, and he said, your own opinion. The lady was just saying, your opinion. All I know is that I got it, I didn't drop out. And some people started saying, the student loan you will get, I will not get job after that. He said, okay, at least let me finish first of all. The thing is this, let me finish. Then if I don't get job, I will know by that time. So then when you look at some other things that are going on, the critics of Lagos, Calabar, super highways, they started seeing that this project they think is not viable. They started thinking that it's viable. As a matter of fact, some people are beginning to even get some opportunity related to that, to those sites. Then, Pastor used to come here that was telling us about how Dangote was importing crude oil. But today, they know that such kind of story is not true. So,
but if it appeared to me that time, it's like they were hoping that it did not work out for him. It wasn't like they were being objective about or critical. It was like they were like praying that it did not work for them.
Yeah.
Besides the government. And by the way, I read that Dangote in a year or two wants to expand to
3 years,
and then it will be the biggest in the world.
Yes, to 1.4 million barrel daily. Yeah, you know what Dangote is working on is aware of the government intention to get to $1 trillion economy by 2030. So I listened to his press brief, and that was like about 1 hour 10 minutes. I listened to it from the beginning to the end, where he said the next he said by first quarter of next year that they should be able to move from 650 barrel per day to 700. He now said that the other phase will move faster. As a matter of fact, he said that why they were not even coming out earlier is just because of securing the facility. The total investment in that refinery will be about $55 billion. So that when people say this, so for people that are saying they are monopolizing that, okay, for us not to be called a monopoly, that he is advising them to that by the time they are selling, that they will sell as many share of Dangote that is possible for them to sell, that they are going to let Nigeria buy as many as they can buy from Dangote, so that we know that Dangote is for Nigerians. It's not Dangote that is monopolizing. So if anybody will be monopolizing, then Nigerians will be monopolizing. So I listened to those, and he started encouraging those active license that they should come up. So just imagine Dangote with 5.4 million barrel a day, and Pua that is first of all coming up with 200 million barrel a day. That's like about 1.6. Then probably Pua will be increasing its own capacity too. Who knows? By that 2030, maybe Nigeria will already have a refined capacity close to 3 million barrels.
I think they said we can do the Ogoni one is about almost 700,000. That we add about 700,000 to what
who
we
is
have.
building in Ogoni?
No, we don't get oil from Ogoni now. That was shut down a long time ago.
Okay.
But Tinubu wants to bring that. They've not worked on that since the late 90s now. With the what's it called? The guy that got killed. What's his name from Ogoni? What's his name? In the 90s.
Ken.
Yeah. So that was the so they can get about 600,000 to 700,000 from that part of Nigeria. And because of the ethnic community issue that they have over there, Tinubu has been working to restart oil production in that region. So if you can add that to the 1.6 plus other places, yeah, we can do 2.5 to 3. I think that's possible. That would be massive. That would be massive.
Yeah. Because Dangote was even raising something that, okay, based on what Tinubu want to achieve, that the PI Petroleum Industry Act, that we still need some amendment. You need some kind of amendment, some kind of provision in that law today that all those people that were benefiting from oil subsidy were trying to guide against, using different means like Pengassan, NUPEG, and all those to fight, is that once the local productions, the aggregates reach like a particular percentage, then the industry bill will no longer support importation of finished gasoline products. So the focus now is that a part of the focus is that all crude oil that will be all Nigerian crude oil quota should be refined in Nigeria once they are able to meet that capacity. So just imagine Nigeria now having capacity of 2.5 million barrel a day, and you refine everything, and you have to sell.
That means you're going to need more, because you see all these countries coming to Nigeria to sign this with Dangote. I've seen Ghana, I've seen Angola. There's some other, is it Zimbabwe, all those kind of they come to Nigeria to sign deals. So they prefer to they are refining their oil in Nigeria now, instead of going to Venezuela and Brazil and Europe. So Nigeria can even become a hub for oil production, and also for crude oil refining. Also, the same way our AFPC is also planning to become a hub for. So if AFPC can take off and become a hub, and you have Dangote and other industries springing up, and what is coming up in the next couple of years, that is because exports will determine that. And I think they said that for the first time in Nigeria's history, we are exporting more than importing now. I think that was like 2 months ago. I don't have the figures, but I read somewhere. Don't quote me on that. It's just like a tweet that we are actually exporting more now. So, but Ola, by the way, before I leave, this cool thing, it
happened. See, it happened. It happened because see,
politics. I didn't believe it initially.
No, see, that could not be politics. You see, one thing is this: instead of, I don't know why they decided to douse that thing, but I will even see that even when you listen to oppositions now, I've just seen them roaring in the past few days. When was the last time you see the opposition, the Undume? I'm not accusing them though. Have you ever heard the like of El Rufai and them roaring again, as some people that used to roar before. Suddenly, the noise from the camp of opposition seems to have gone down. But I heard something too. Maybe we should just go to the background. Let's go to the background.
Oh, okay.